All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for action here at the RoboPlex. As you can see, we got a couple of competition fields out in front of you. The action is pretty much nonstop here as one field is wrapping up, the other one's getting ready. So be prepared to kind of bounce back and forth with your view. If you have family and friends who would love to stay in touch with us, they can tune in to our live stream on YouTube at RoboPlex Competition. So feel free to text your family that isn't here to search on YouTube for RoboPlex Competitions, and they can watch the action live. For our first match coming up, you're going to see that we've got the Protractors and TC Bot on the Red Alliance up against Tier 1 and the Java Jedis for the Blue Alliance. We're going to try to keep you guys informed on scoring as things move along. My co-host Ella is going to be leaned on for a lot of that detail. I was not here for the first meet, and I'm just getting caught up, folks, so we're going to have a good time today. Action coming up very momentarily. All right, a point of rule, folks. You should have a driver button, a coach button, a gunner button, and maybe a human player button for your teammates who will be around the field. You only will have those members of your team on the field during the competition. So please make sure you put on those buttons or those markers for ease for the referees to make sure that you are where you're supposed to be. All right, Ella, I want to ask you a question before we get underway. We've got 3 phases of the game here, and the first phase is autonomous. Run us through kind of the scoring of that.
So during autonomous, the player's robot has to go and score in specific ways without the drivers touching anything. This is all through the hard work of the coders that will have to design very specific ways of scoring. You could score on the backboard or by parking, and probably a few other ways that I totally forgot.
And we're going to start calling those items out as the meets go on, and the scoring will be near live, so you'll see some live scores happening during each match, and we will try to call out how that scoring is completed live as well. That first section is a full 30 seconds of programmed response, as Ella mentioned. So the robots will be looking for the April tags that you will see, those little QR code looking tags on the bottom of the backboards, and of course on different areas of the field itself. How many pixels are game element this year are these hexagonal pixels? Ella, how many can the robot carry at the beginning?
The robot can carry 2 pixels at a time, but correct me if I'm wrong, you can only score 1 at a time to get the most points out of it.
I believe that's correct, yeah. And one thing that's interesting, folks, the game floor is much different as we've expanded it towards you. If you look at the base of the bleachers, you're going to see some white boxes. Those are landing zones as at the end, the last 30 seconds of each match, the robots can fire a paper drone, and if it lands in one of those boxes, there'll be bonus points. Closer is more, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, so the closer landing zone closest to the field of play is worth more, and it descends from there. So if you are in the front row, you might want to keep your hard hat on. You never know what's coming at you.
Yeah, I remember last meet that actually got someone in the stands. I believe it was someone's mom that I knew.
Do you get to keep the drone if that happens, like
I
baseball?
hope so. That'd be hilarious.
That'd be great. So, be some fun, entertaining action for you guys here today. Oh, if you look up on the main screen, you can kind of see the autonomous, driver-controlled points categories up there. So each of those point categories will tell you exactly what they get. And we'll keep track and educate as we move along because there are a lot of ways to score and also to unscore if you commit any kind of penalties. Actually, our penalties are just stacking up on the other team's score. We don't actually deduct points. We just add to the other team's alliance. But that can be a big difference maker in the end.
I agree.
You see lots of teams fall out of a winning position due to penalties.
And we can only hope that our robots don't fall over like last year.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, referees are giving final instructions. We're getting ready to go. Once again, if you got family or friends who couldn't be here today but wanted to watch, tell them to go to YouTube, search for RoboPlex competitions, and they can subscribe and watch the action live. So invite everybody to come watch, see what's going on. We would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, our overall sponsors of the entire league. That's going to be Qualcomm for First in Show, and for FTX Center Stage, you want to FTC, sorry, First Technology Center Stage, our overall sponsor, RTX.
For some of our RoboPlex sponsors, we have Gotcha Covered, Integer Telecom, and Fidelity Investments.
So when, as you can see, folks, we've got people out there giving us hand signals to do certain things. And we just randomized for this meet. What does randomization mean to us, Ella?
So the referees will decide, or a computer will decide, where to put a very specific hexagon tile on the arena. So as you can see on the screen, the pixel has been chosen to be on the left line, and as you can see, some robots are beginning to do things.
That's right. This first 30 seconds is the autonomous phase. You can see we've got one robot that is functional for autonomous. So they are dropping something on the backboard. You can see the Tier 1 team very excited about that score right there. So not only did they put something on the backboard, they probably got it in the right position and parked for all the bonus points.
And it was a very smooth autonomous. Normally they wait quite a while to do their things.
As you can see on the scoreboard, folks, that was 25 points for the Blue Alliance during the autonomous phase. So
45.
45, excuse me, yeah, up to 45.
53 now.
Yep.
All right, so some robots are starting to go under the center part of the arena to go and grab either tiles or to push tiles. Because some robots, oh, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, it looks like we got the Red Alliance just pushed 2 pixels into the lower scoring position. Now in the back of the area, you've got the backdrop for 3 points on the backdrop, and 1 point if they just push it onto the backstage area, as we call it for the game this year.
Yes, and if you get a mosaic, how many points do you get again?
I'll go take a look at our scoring sheet here. The artist bonus is 10 points.
That's quite good.
Yeah. So as they build those pixels up on that back wall, folks, you're going to see some lines vertically across there, horizontally across there. As they increase to meet those lines, they'll get bonus points.
That's a good point. As you can see, some robots are trying their best to score on the backboard, and some are being really creative with their arm designs this year.
Oh, no, we had one robot just lose a part over there. We got some, looks like a chain or some kind of band dropped off of one of our robots. They're trying to pick up that purple pixel there. That's one nice, I mean, you're going to see that. This is live action. This is going to happen. Beautiful thing, folks, is those guys will be able to go back to the pit after this match and repair. There goes the drone. Oh, holy smokes. It went beyond the zone. This is the final 30 seconds. They can get bonus points by throwing the drone, but also by doing a pull-up or a chin-up from the truss work. Let's see if anybody does the hang maneuver. We got one going for it.
Hey, they're also getting good exercise this year.
How do they score? They got to get fully off the ground? Oh, didn't quite get there. You also get points for parking, so it looks like the Red Alliance got somebody parked over here.
I believe that if you park, you get 5 points from that, so that's always good.
And we look at the live scoring. It's a little lopsided in this first match of the day.
It is.
Blue Alliance, pretty dominating effort here. One thing we're going to notice, too, during the season, this is meet number 2, folks. Autonomous is going to grow. We only had one robot working autonomous that first match there. We're probably going to see that increase as the season goes along.
Oh, absolutely. Like, take, for example, 7172. They are always innovating every year.
Right, yeah.
You might see them do that again.
taken one of those? Oh. Oh, we have a malfunctioning tablet? Oh. Here. You want to take that out to Eric?
Well, that was an exciting first match.
Yeah, no, and get ready for lots of nonstop action because now we're moving over to the other field here, folks, to your right. That one is just getting ready to go. So as soon as our referees finish the scoring here, they'll transition to that field of play, and we'll get underway, and then we'll have some field resetters cleaning up first field for that. The matchup for qualification round number 2 is going to be the Pro Pythons and Mainframe up against Mechanical Maharajas and the team called Loading ... It's
quite a creative name.
As you can see, folks, the team numbers here represent how long you have been a team with First. Bigger the number, newer the team. So we got a lot of fresh teams on the field for this one. We do try to get out and talk to some of the teams coming in before the meet starts to get just some tidbits of information. So we did get a chance to talk to the Mechanical Maharajas, and one thing they told me that they have a consistent bot. And we're ready for scores for the first match. Final score coming up for you guys.
The swapping system decides to work. There we go.
All right, center stage, here we go. Look at that graphic. The pyramid's gonna tumble, here we go. Just a big pile of pixel. Blue Alliance does come through with a big win, 78-11. Big thing to note there, that 50 points in autonomous. Huge opportunities when your teams have autonomous going. All right, we're going to get ready to randomize here in just a moment here on our second match.
What would you say is the most challenging part of this competition?
I think the most challenging part is the fact that these robots have to go to opposite corners from where their scoring is.
That's a good
And
point.
so there's a chance for collision. So I saw one robot out there that looks like a Jeep. It's the Robo Wranglers. They look like they got a bumper car out there.
Yeah.
All right, we're underway. We got 1, 2, 3, at least robots moving in autonomous, if not 4. I can't see the fourth one. It looks like all of them are on the move. All of them are on the move. This is what we're looking for, folks. And this is where you kind of see the Blue Alliance kind of, the autonomous, they're pushing each other around a little bit. Sometimes that can be problematic because your robot gets bumped by your partner and all of a sudden you're not able to place a pixel or who knows what. But they both got parked, it appears.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Enter
3, 2,
manually control,
1.
which will hopefully go well.
Yeah, manual control part. Let's see how these robots go. This is where you see the fast speed of these robots really take off. And this is, of course, where that mayhem can ensue, where, since you're going to opposite corners to collect your pixels, where you're going to see that happen.
Yes, while it is a bit more risky in this part, you do get to see one of the most impressive parts of these robots, which is their driving. You see these robots, they can strafe while turning, which is really impressive because in coding, that's really hard to do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see right now those two robots up in the Blue Alliance both struggling to get pixels at the same time. Red Alliance, looks like we got, I don't know, we have one robot kind of, there we go, they're all in the move.
I do
They're all
love their
congregated in
arm
that one corner.
designs.
See, I'm talking about they're all in that small space trying to fight for
Dominance.
dominance. Absolutely, yeah. This is an alpha sport to some degree for sure.
The Roboplex is actually trying to introduce BattleBots for next year.
Excellent. Wow, some battle bots happening here at the Roboplex. Wow, that 24117 robot's pretty cool. Their arm looks like it kind of goes both ways. They spun around like you're talking about with those strafing wheels, and then their arm was able to kind of spin along with them.
Oh yeah, these robot designs this year are very creative. It quite matches the theme if you ask me.
And it's a tight match. It's 19 to 16. We're hitting the end game, the last 30 seconds here. So get ready for those drones, front row. Pay attention. They might be coming at you. And also, of course, these robots doing that pull-up to get those bonus points.
Who knows? Might
There's
be
a drone. We had one blue, and it looks like it's scored by the reaction from the crowd. So that's going to be a big bonus point here. Landing zone 1. So as we talked about earlier, the closest landing zone, that's 30 bonus points. The second zone, that middle zone, is 20, and the distal one is 10. I can't quite tell where that one landed, but that could be the difference. This is a tight match.
As you can see, that single score with the drone got them 30 points, which put them up to 59.
Yeah, I don't even know if
After
that's
the Blue
scored in there
Alliance.
yet.
It was. I
Oh, they did? They had that?
Yeah, they
Okay.
were originally at 29, and then
Right, so they
just
gave 'em-
jumped right up.
So they landed in that first zone. That's incredible.
The hardest part about using that drone launcher is simply just trying to get it in that sweet spot between the arena and all the other landing zones. So
Yeah.
it creates a really big challenge, but also it's high risk, high reward.
Understood. How do you accommodate for the temperature change with all these humans in here?
I don't know if that actually affects anything.
Yeah, probably not. No,
It would be hilarious if it did, though.
I think you guys should come up with the dialogue for that. You know, a little slight programming change, and that could be
Yeah.
your big difference. Actually, get out here with a temperature reader. All right, match number 2, results coming up on the main screen for you folks.
Oh, that's a cute little animation.
Yeah, those people at first do some amazing stuff with the graphics, don't they? Nailed it. 59 to 29. 40 points in the end game for the Blue Alliance and 10 for the Red. So they were tied going into the end game. So
That's
that drone
wild.
landing in the zone made the difference. If they had missed the landing zone, it would have been a tie. So having that drone land is big points. I think the tricky part is, there is an element of luck, it seems, so far with that, especially if it's kind of like a paper airplane. Those are not necessarily super precision. So if somebody can come up with a precision drone, that could be amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's incredibly hard to create the perfect drone for this competition. It is genuinely quite a bit of luck.
Yeah,
Because
I believe.
no matter
what are the rules
how-
for the drone? You have to have wings on it?
Oh, yeah, like we we tried introducing a origami crane, and if I had the photo, I would read it off to you, but I believe it says, it looks cute, but has no functional wings, so the wings have to do something for
Got
it
it.
to count.
So you just can't throw a paper ball. It's got to have.
Yeah, because
it's gotta-
that would be a lot more precise, but they aren't really wanting precise, they're wanting it to be even ground.
Gotcha. All right, next match coming up, qualification round number 3. In the Red Alliance, we have Forged in Iron and our hometown Chuckleheads up against the Flower Mound High School Jaguars 6 and Epic Expedition. I do know that the Chuckleheads basically rebuilt their bot from the first meet to now, and so we're excited to see how that's going to play out. I don't know if I had a chance to talk to the other teams coming in to this. So, Ella, you are in the building with the Chuckleheads. What do you think they're looking at?
I actually haven't been able to see their bot too closely right now, but I do believe that they have a very good chance this competition because they have been putting in a lot of work.
Randomization came up with the center, so this means they park and score those pixels in the center of the backdrop.
Here they go.
And we are underway. We've got two robots working on autonomous.
So we have one robot that just scored on the backboard, and we have one robot that is currently parking. Both are very impressive.
Looks like the Red Alliance is looking at 30 points so far. We'll see if the scorekeepers have anything for
Drivers,
the Blue, if they
pick up your
qualify
controllers.
for any points.
3,
Now it's up to
2,
35 for the Red.
1.
let's see what happens now that we're underway with humans.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to carry 2 pixels all the time.
Yes, but correct me if I'm wrong, but if you score the 2 pixels at separate times, then you do get more points in all,
Yeah.
which is pretty hard to do.
I think you can carry 2 pixels, but you have to score them one at a time.
Yes.
Got it.
Like you can score both at the same time, but it's probably best if you try to do it separately.
So one thing that's interesting is that center portion of the truss has a one-way stage door, they call it.
Yes.
So it's on a hinge.
But some people actually choose not to go that way because if your bot is pretty tall, there's always a risk of it kind of hitting the top and kind of damaging the parts if you aren't careful.
100%. Yeah, I think we're seeing more bots just built short enough to go underneath anywhere. You know.
Yeah, some kind of go in a zigzag pattern.
We just got to notice, folks, it's very important if you are in the pits, if you are a parent, if you are a team member, if you are in the pits behind the bleachers, please wear your safety glasses. This is a liability issue for all of us, and we can't afford that. So wear your safety glasses. If you do not have safety glasses, you can buy them from our concession stand. So make sure you are wearing your safety glasses if you are in the pits. Thank you so much. All right, we're at the end game stage of this match.
All right.
15 to 45.
As you can see, some are going to be trying to launch their drone and or hang, which is always one of the most exciting things, in my opinion, to watch.
All the wheels got to be off the ground. We got one red robot. It's like 3 wheels off the ground trying to get off the ground. Can't quite do it. And he launched his drone into the... Whoa, there's a big drone going up. Wow, Blue Alliance just dropped it in the 30-point zone. And we're randomizing over on the other field as this one's wrapping up. So this is that nonstop action, folks. On field number 1, you can see that one robot trying to lift, and he just didn't get that last wheel off the ground.
Like I said, it is really hard because if you don't have it in the exact center, it'll always be really hard to get all wheels off the ground.
Right, yeah, you got to lift a lot in that case.
Because the hanging part, it seems like the easiest part of this competition, but in some cases it can be the hardest.
Absolutely. All these little things, the engineering feats that have to go into each phase is a challenge all in itself. All right,
Yeah.
over on your field to your right, folks, we are getting final instructions.
You do have to love some of their randomization blocks that they have on the field.
Right, those are customized blocks that teams can make to specific parameters, and they give you bonus points. So if you use a customized block, pick, what's it called?
Team prop.
Team prop. So for this year, obviously center stage, we're talking backstage, backdrop. Team prop is the term for the season. So those give those teams bonus points if they opt to use a team prop.
Absolutely.
On the Blue Alliance for this match, we got the Wired Pitchforks and the Robo Wranglers up against the Metal Wind Reapers and the Marcus Minions. If this doesn't sound like a battle bot in process, I don't know what does.
The Minions, they have put in a lot of effort this year into their robot.
Yeah.
Because they have a very special mechanism on the arm that will allow them to pick up the tile and then hold it in this little close-off section and then be able to simultaneously drop it onto the backboard.
Excellent. Well, that's we'll have to keep an eye out for that. I do know that the Metal Wind Reapers are new. They're a rookie team. Oh, we got a final for the previous qualification round number 3.
Ooh, that was a close match.
53 to 50, folks. The end game came in huge for the Blue Alliance. That 30-point drone definitely made the difference there. Overcame that 40-point autonomous from the Red Alliance. So way to go, Blue Alliance, to get that drone landed. That was the difference. Congratulations. Both teams tight.
Oh, very tight. The great thing about this competition, though, is that even if you lose, you will never have to rely on being crass to the other team, because gracious professionalism is what this is all about.
100%. Nope. These teams share information. They help each other out, all that stuff. All right, autonomous underway. We've got 1, 2, 3. Looks like all 4 robots on the move. Oh, maybe not. Maybe one blue one's not moving. So Ella, when your team is out there doing your, wow, we got one guy just spinning. That's, you know, we need the disco ball effect out here, folks, for that one.
Hey,
Drivers,
it's
pick
better
up
than
your
not moving at all,
controllers.
you
That's
know?
true.
3,
Yeah, I mean,
2,
that's one thing you're going to notice.
1.
Autonomous phases get stronger and stronger as the season moves along.
Yes. And you know, this is only the early part of the competition season. So anyone who's here and won't be able to come to the next meetings, you can always watch the live stream on YouTube.
And you might actually, you know, some of these teams and folks who are interested in learning what works, what didn't work, they can go watch some of these meets, see what those robots did as far as arms and their strategies, and then refine your own.
Mm-hmm. If you do want to watch it, then you can go to Roboplex Competitions on YouTube.
Absolutely. Yep. This is live streaming. So if you've got family and friends at home, hope somebody lost their drone and they're just running over it. The blue drone fell out of somebody's robot.
Oh no.
You know, good thing these are just paper. You can remake that fairly easily. So
yeah,
that
but
one,
emotionally it can be a bit hard.
yeah, you're not going to get any points for your drone in the field of play. But as a speed bump, maybe it'll be a defensive move for them. Blue Alliance putting some pixels into the backstage. As you can see, the Blue Alliance is racking up 23 to 3 currently on our live scoring. Red Alliance
I
looks like we have one robot down. He's just kind of stuck there, not moving.
But I
near
do
the
believe that
backstage.
Blue Alliance did just score 2 pixels on the board at the same time.
Oh, there we go. Yep. We're here in the booth. We can't see that backdrop, so we're not noticing how many pixels are being scored at once, or if we got a mosaic being built. So, you know, we're just giving you our perspective from the booth here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. End game. One team's already going for the hang. They got it. That Blue Alliance robot is hanging with authority. Look at that thing. Red Alliance over there on the other side also hanging with authority.
These robots this year are really in shape.
Those, yeah, I mean, the Marine Corps might want to bring these robots on board.
Yeah, bring them at those middle school pull-up bar competitions.
Yeah, it looks like our preliminary scoring 54 for the Blue Alliance, 22 for the Red. Both teams getting some end game points for those pull-ups. If you are watching at home, you're going to see some of these elements on the screen that indicate points. So you're going to, you know, start figuring out the autonomous zone, parked in the right spot, pixels in the right spot. The driver-controlled section, you'll start seeing backboard, backdrop, and then the end game, you know, with the drone being landed in the right spot, also the pull-up, and being parked. So there's several ways to score. If your robot isn't up to the task of doing a pull-up, then you park in the right spot instead.
That's very true. Now, as you can see, there's a lot more variety this year than there was last year in the ARM designs. Because if you look at that one over there with the teal, it most likely is able to pick up 2 pixels at once.
Right. So for you folks who are in the audience on your left, we're getting set up for the next match with the Blue Alliance being the protractors and that rookie team loading up against the Red Alliance of TC Bot and the mechanical Maharajas. And what Ella is saying is teams are allowed to preload 2 pixels
Yes.
on their robot along with their drone. So you're going to see where they preload or pre-place some of those pixels so their robot can quickly pick those up for autonomous scoring and get those autonomous bonus points rolling.
And the great part about this competition is that there's no limit in weight. There's only limit in size. However, while that may sound very nice, because then you can add how much stuff you might ever want on your robot, you also have to be mindful of how you're managing all that space, especially the wiring.
Right.
Because the wiring can always be a huge pain to deal with. I've experienced it myself.
Cable management is a big deal here at FTC. We've got the final 4, round number 4. Let's pull that up on the screen for you folks to see.
Blue wins.
Blue Alliance comes through 53 to 38. Solid performance. You know, the Red Alliance did get the penalty there, so that's actually points that the Blue Alliance gave them. So score is probably a little more skewed in favor of the Blue, but you know, those penalties do count. So as the season goes on, you're going to see these penalties get a little more tighter and stricter too.
Oh, absolutely. Like, look at regionals. I mean, if you place your robot in the wrong way, you will probably lose all the points in the world.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see referees get tighter and tighter as the season goes along. All right, qualification round number 5, randomized in the center.
You've got
So
this.
that's where you want those 2 pixels landed in the middle of that backdrop to get bonus points in addition to using your team prop. I love that dice.
Ball 4, 932. I'm using how to use my tablet, by the way. They were in the backdrop. They parked the backdrop.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to talk about the match coming up on your left. We've got the Protractors, one of the earliest teams in the X-League as far as history, out of Louisville High School, ready to partner up with our Blue Alliance partner up against our Red Alliance here. I can see some drones preloaded. I can see some pixels preloaded. Very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you did not get your pizza ordered, you got about 60 seconds if you want to order pizza for your team. 60 seconds to get over to that concession stand. And we're underway here on field number 1. We've got 2 robots on the move for autonomous. That blue robot is so big, he's like parked on all the spike marks. I think that, you know, that's quite a strategy. That might work.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right, driver
3,
controlled
2,
phase
1.
underway. All right. Uh-oh, looks like one Blue Alliance partner's drone has already kind of broken free of its launching mechanism. Don't know if they're able to get that back into play. You're going to see lots of different methods to collect these pixels, folks. Some have an intake that's kind of like a vacuum cleaner, and they just kind of suck it up. Others have a gripper, bends down, picks it up. And this is what we were talking about earlier. There is competition for teams to get to specific locations, and sometimes you've got to go through or around the other alliance or your own partner's robot to get there. Right now, looking at a score of 9-6 in favor of the Red Alliance as we are moving along. This is where some of that gracious professionalism that Ella was talking about earlier comes into play as you work with your teams. And there's some strategy, too, where you know, during the season, you're going to identify teams that match well with you So at the regional competition, when you do have the finals and you need to pick a partner, you start looking for those robots that are complementary to your strategy. So together, you guys can score maximum points.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Strategy is a really big part of this competition because, like, if you have the most efficient robot, but it can only do one thing, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
'Cause,
I noticed at the scrimmage this year, I thought, you might find a robot that was really good at pushing the pixels maybe towards the backstage, and then another one could post up and just bang them onto the backdrop
Oh,
with
yeah,
with a
absolutely.
good thing. But that robot have to be super fast. Here we are in the in-game phase. There goes a drone. Oh, landed in the zone. That's great. One red robot. I can't tell if they're off the ground yet. Oh, they're trying to get up.
They are.
They got it. They're up. They had to try it twice, but they did. They got it. Another red alliance parked and a blue alliance. It looks like robot parked. Both of the blue alliance parked, it looks like. So everybody's scoring points in the end game here. And this is a tight one, 28-37. I believe that blue drone is in a scoring zone. So the blue
is.
alliance is going to get some bonus points. I believe that's going to be a 10-point landing zone.
Oh, that might just win them the match.
That end game bonus with those drones is huge. That's a big
Yeah.
swing of points.
Oh, yeah, you can never be too sure about the initial scoring. Because I remember last year, one of our teams was at regionals, and they were 30 points ahead at the initial scoring. But the second that the round ended, you could just see the other scores just slowly building up.
Well, we've only
Fun.
seen a couple 10-point penalties so far today, but we're seeing lots more. All right, on your right, qualification round number 6, it's going to be the right side of the board for parking and backdrop scoring during autonomous. We'll see if we get some people getting that full 50-point thing. Up on that match, we've got Epic Expedition and the Pro Pythons on the Blue Alliance up against Tier 1 and the Flower Mound Jaguars 6 team of the Red Alliance. Tier 1, always a impressive robot out there over the years. Interesting to see how our neighbors down the street, the Jaguars, do on this one. They're clearing the field for the next match on field number 1, and we've got results for qualification round number 5. Here we go.
And red wins. It was 47-28.
Wow, both teams did really well in the end game. Blue Alliance did commit 10 points in penalties that added to the Red Alliance final. So without that point difference, it would have been a lot tighter, but great effort. And for those of you at home, you're going to notice a number off to the right of that team number, single digits or double digits. So you can see right now team 24450, which is the TC bots, are in first place. That up arrow indicates that they were elevated to first, so they've got they're leading the day so far. Those numbers will change dramatically as matches go along, and there will be a league score at some point too, where they stand in the league, since this is league number 2. Oh, league rank is at LR, so they're ranked 3rd in the league at this moment in time.
That's pretty hard to do.
That's impressive. 3rd in the league. It's meet number 2. We got one more league meet to go, so getting a good score now is going to help you advance. So all these count. These are.
My screen didn't update. Maybe it doesn't mean it's not done, but my qual 3 still shows. Maybe you gotta save it or something. That's correct, right? So 75, 53, let's see what failed to commit. Must be greater than or equal.
One thing we like to do is make sure that we get the scoring right. So we've got our head referee in here right now confirming some scores from an earlier match. We want to make sure that everything's right.
Yeah, I don't see the errors.
Much better than NFL replay, probably, in my
Probably, yeah.
opinion. But we're getting there.
Equal to the number of randomized. Okay, so let's look at it
And if
again.
you are hungry, you can always go to the concessions where all the food is a lot better priced than at a football game, like you said.
Indeed. We can't put these meets on without your support, parents especially. When we run these events, it's all volunteer driven. So you've got aunts, uncles, parents who can help us out. Please get a hold of us here at the Marcus Robotics Institute. We do need your help in your hands to help run these meets. We definitely want your assistance here.
Thank you, sir. Yep. We're working through it.
So we got a little break in the action. I want to continue thanking our sponsors of the facility here, Marcus Robotics Institute. We want to thank Fidelity Investments, LISD, Barclay Elevator Inspection. You know, I mean, I know my elevator needs to be inspected on a regular basis. We're underway here on field number 2. Red Alliance, 1 robot on the move. I don't see any blue robots on the move, so it might just be a single. And then we got a happy Tier 1 team there. I'm guessing that they may have maxed out their scoring there.
Yeah, I mean, Tier 1's always trying to do their best. Well, every team is, but every team is unique in how they go about solving these kinds
Drivers,
of
pick up your
logic
controllers.
problems.
Absolutely.
3,
Here we go.
2,
Driver control
1.
section about to get started. I know, what are the 2 tenets that Coach McCluskey has for you guys here at the Roboplex is, what is it? The 2 most important things.
Gracious professionalism and...
Well, for your robot, I think it's...
it would be as fast as you can and as efficient as you can.
Yeah.
It can be really hard to get those things at the same time, because in a lot of cases you have to sacrifice one for the other.
Right. Well, I believe, as I've heard him say many times, it's crazy, stupid, fast, and reliable.
Yes, reliable. Forgot about that. I'm just a CAD person, so I don't really know that much.
Well, I'm
No
here
offense to the CAD people out there.
We're all here to educate. So as we are on the move, we got the Blue Alliance definitely moving some pixels around. 18 to 55, Red Alliance right now in the lead for our live scoring.
Oh,
We got some robots getting kind of hung up there in the middle, though.
does introduce a really interesting challenge.
We got some kind of...
Ooh, good intake.
Yeah, that's that massive intake machine right there. That looks like just a ground bot. Uh-oh, because I've got one robot out of commission.
Oh, and the hinge is almost broken on the gate.
Oh, yeah, we got some field damage. Well, that can happen. See, that's what we're talking about.
Oh.
You know, we've got robots that have gone through and damaged the field.
Maybe it is BattleBots.
Those field repair crews are going to have their work cut out for them. We're in the end game coming up here.
Oh, and a drone just landed in the...
That's the second zone.
Yes, landing zone 2.
That's a very small drone. I wonder if that gives them more control. Blue drone on the move.
Oh. Almost
fired
got one of the
out
people
of the
on the
move.
team.
Oh, trying to get a pixel scored here towards the very end on the backdrop. Oh, I don't know. The robot was hanging, and then it looked like it slipped. I don't know if that's going to count for scoring or not.
Yeah. Well, I wish the field repair team a lot of luck, because
They got to get up there and fix that.
For them.
That's it. Well, we
Hey.
got a crack crew here. I'm sure we're going to get that scored. That's what we were talking about earlier, about some of the robots, the advantage of just being able to pass through underneath any section of the field is going to be key versus, running through the one-way stage door.
Hey, on the bright side, though, one team scored 115 points.
105. Or 115, you're right, yeah. So as the season goes on, you're going to start seeing those triple-digit numbers more frequently, but I don't think we've seen 100 yet today. So
We have not.
That's a big score. It's a big score for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, even later on, that's pretty impressive, especially this year.
Absolutely. All right, center is going to be the randomized location for qualification round number 7. And as we bring up the Alliance competition for round 7 on the Red Alliance, we got the Java Jedis with the Robo Wranglers. That's the almost Batmobile-looking machine out there. Look at that. It's black on black. You know, they're going for the Dark Knight look. Up against Forged in Iron and the wild pitchforks of the Blue Alliance. I'd like to once again thank the sponsors of our Roboplex and family here at Marcus Robotics Institute, the Redburn family, EVA or EVA, the virtual reality arena just up the road, Austin Hope, the United Collision Center. I think maybe some of these robots may have to head over there for some repair work after the day today. KMET's Custom Homes, Avatar Healthcare, Michelle Wood Photography, and Dupree Designs. Thank you to our sponsors of the facility here and Marcus Robotics Institute. Couldn't have this facility or these competitions without your support. We are always looking for sponsors, donations, etc. So, you know, if you can help us out, please get a hold of any one of our board members. And we got the final from our last qualification round, number 6, coming up on screen for you now. The Red Alliance does come through with that big win, 150-48. Massive score, folks, massive score. 50 in the autonomous phase, which is, I think, the most we've seen for the day, 48 driver controlled, and 60 during the end game. That's a tremendous score. That is obviously the high mark for the day, and moved one team into second for the league and first for the day. So impressive score. Great job with that Red Alliance right there. Now direct your attention to your left as we are getting ready for qualification round number 7. During my pit interviews, I did talk to the Robo Wranglers. Their intake is a hollow 3D printed, hollow intake device. So if they need to add weight, they could fill that with something to create that. So very interesting operation. Robo Wranglers on the move during autonomous, as we got one Blue Alliance move on autonomous as well. To score, you just have to be touching the line, I believe. Some games you have to be fully inside a zone, but I believe for this year, if you touch that scoring element, or in this case,
pick
that
up your
parking
controllers.
spot line, you get the
3,
points.
2, 1.
Blue Alliance is off to a big lead, though, with 53 points scored in the autonomous. That means they scored their pixels in the right location and on that backdrop. So you can see Blue Alliance carrying 2 pixels at a time. That's a very interesting pixel handler that they've got. It looks like they are able to carry 2 at once on that thing and go ahead and drop them both. That's pretty impressive. That's one thing too. These early meets, great for teams to see how other teams in the league are operating and what they're doing to grab scoring elements, scoring pixels, and transport them and score them so that they can improve their bots over time. 62-7, the Blue Alliance hanging on to a pretty impressive lead. Red Alliance on the move. As you can see, you've got these teams kind of communicating with their human player on the opposite side of the field, a lot of times with sign language, simply because they can't talk to them because they're on the opposite side of the field. So you start noticing a nonverbal communication happening with the game this year, which is kind of new and exciting. Blue Alliance continuing to put pixels on the backdrop. Backdrop scores 3 points for each pixel versus the backstage, which is the floor, which only score 1. So when you're taking all that effort to move a pixel from one corner of the game field to the other corner, tripling the points, definitely worth the effort of getting that figured out. We're at the in-game section here. Looks like I got 1, maybe 2 of the Blue Alliance going to go for the pull-ups here. I don't see any drones getting flown, but we got 10 seconds left. Let's see here. 1 blue robot up and at him. And
Fully
he
at
did have
it.
a drone, but it fell out of the launching mechanism.
Oh, that's
Blue
okay.
Alliance number 2. Oh, he's getting up there, but he's having trouble holding. I don't know. It's like his muscles were shaking, kind of like what happens when I try to do a pull-up. My muscles shake like that. Very impressive. Blue Alliance right now, again, 105. We got another triple-digit score
that's
back
crazy.
to back. That's incredible. Christian Bale could not come through with the Robo Wranglers on that one, but maybe next round. All right, qualification round number 8. This is how it works here at the Roboplex, folks. We move one arena to the next one so the action keeps going. So we've got the center as our randomization. So you're going to see all those scoring elements, whether it's a team prop or a pixel, put in that center spike versus the left or right side.
So we have
And
the
qualification,
Chuckleheads
yeah.
and Minions on
the
same
Chuckleheads and the
team.
Minions together, both based right here, and up against
Mainframe and Metal Wind Reapers.
the Metal Wind Reapers. That's
Currently, you have a very similar lineup in ranking. Chuckleheads is ranked 3rd, while Mainframe is ranked 4th, and Marcus Minions is ranked 11th, while Metal Wind Reapers is ranked 15th.
There we go. Yep. So on paper, it looks like a scratch, event. We'll see how it happens during autonomous. I know the last round, the Chuckleheads did not have autonomous functioning, so there's a lot of big points happening. I've seen in some of these matches, 50 points during autonomous happening in some cases.
Absolutely. What would you say is your favorite part about this whole competition?
Well, I don't know if you know this, Ella, but I used to be a flight attendant, and so I really like the drone portion. If I could direct people with 2 fingers down the aisles, I would be doing it right now.
Yeah. I feel like it would be amazing if they added a rule where if it hits you, you get to keep it.
Yeah, if they could just get this drone to do a couple layovers en route to the landing zone, that would be the real
2
trick.
barrel rolls.
Little acrobatics, sure. All right, we got a final for qualification round number 7.
All right. And we are seeing who won. And Blue won with a score of 132 to 13.
134 to 13, 30 points on
Oh, not
penalties
32.
in there. So they were 104 on their own and given. Oh, we got a Red Alliance drone, team 19567. Your red drone will be up here between the 2 fields. Come on up and grab your drone, Red Alliance.
Or else we'll keep it.
Or it will
Little
stay here. You
souvenir.
can make another one. It's right underneath our head ref's clipboard. So if you do come up and look for that, we can go. We got a quick little scoring check happening. So as we mentioned earlier, we do like to make sure we get the scoring done right here. And so sometimes we do take a little moment to consult the rule book and get that thing done. I don't know if that was a tier 1 drone or no, they're 8,000 number.
Yeah,
Right,
they're
Ella?
quite an old team.
Yeah.
Because to have that low of a number is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they've been around a while. And you'll find that some of these teams have been around a long time, but their coaches may have changed. A lot of things may have changed. So just because they have a low number does not necessarily mean that they are going to be a dominant bot.
Oh, not
Anybody
at
can
all.
come in and get the right design, the right makeup, the right team, the right mentoring and coaching. There's a whole element to this sport that has nothing to do with being on the field.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
judging is a huge part of it.
judging's huge. And
Because you could probably move ahead with judging alone.
judging is a big component for First Technology. So for those of you listening on the live stream or in the audience, you can move on later in the season to the World and State Championships through your inspiration, the Inspire Award, as well as many other awards. And those are based off of community outreach, mentorship, both receiving it as well as giving it, and lots of things. So these teams have to keep a notebook. Explain how that notebook works and kind of what goes into that.
So typically it happens when one person is put in charge of the notebook, and that person is typically a little overworked, admittedly. But The notebook is very important as it holds all the information for the robot that they're making. It could have a full CAD model of it. I made that myself. It could have info about the outreach that they've done, fun facts about them, how they come up with their team name. It could be practically anything. But if it helps them win the judge's heart, it is worth it.
Yeah, it's a big deal, you know, and that's really important. So for you teams out there that are focused on the competition, which is important, it's equally important to get that notebook, that outreach, building your legacy, you know, by having young engineers get excited and start in LEGO League to advance to take your place as you move on, graduate, go to college, and become a mentor yourself.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as we get this rule book situated here, if you have not gotten yourself a snack, head on over to that snack bar. We've got chips, cookies, all the refreshments that these young minds need.
Yeah, I might go get some myself.
Yeah, head on over there. Also, if you are in the pits, make sure you are wearing your safety glasses. So if you are in the pits, make sure you are wearing your safety glasses. This goes for parents, coaches, as well as team members. If you do not have safety glasses, you can go over to our concession stand and see if we've got any left for sale. Other than that, you'll have to borrow from people and stay out of the pits if you don't have safety glasses. And we're underway over here on your right for qualification round number 8. We got the Chuckleheads on the Blue Alliance. That's your hometown Chucklehead team here from Marcus High School.
As you can see, one is pushing their team prop out, which you do have to determine where it is with the Husky cam normally on the robot.
Right, yeah, so all these robots during
Drivers,
autonomous
pick
are
up your controllers.
dependent on their sensors,
Three,
their cameras,
2,
to determine
1.
locations and things like that. Sometimes you can do wheel counters and things like that. If I'm,
Oh yeah, dead wheels are very important for the coders.
yeah.
You can
so-
ask our coder Tommy. He loves them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why we were talking about earlier. If your alliance partner pushes your robot, though, that could get your counter off. So, you know, it's really probably critical to have both inputs, you know, hopefully programmed. So, you know, when that happens, you can do it. Well, we're underway in the driver-controlled phase of the match here, folks. The Red Alliance with a bit of a lead, 31-4 at the moment.
As you can see, some are trying to grab some pixels. I see the minions trying to get some right now.
Right, so, you know, you operate out of here, Ella. This is two teams, the Minions and the Chuckleheads, work together every day. How are they doing on the field together?
Well, they are currently competing, so honestly, I have no idea. It is interesting competing against your own teammate.
Well, they're with each other right now. They're both on the Blue Alliance, so we're operating together. So we're going to see how that communication is playing out with these teams.
Absolutely. When you do work with people every day and then you're put together with them, it's really impressive to see how they work together.
Yeah, looks like they're communicating with that sign language to collect those pixels and get moving. How fast is it important to get those things going? I'm good.
Sorry, what did you say?
To get those pixels loaded quickly. You know, they're talking about, somebody has
landing
launched a
zone
drone.
2.
I'm not sure what team that was. I think that was the Red Alliance
It was.
drone.
They got into landing zone 2.
It looks like the Chuckleheads have one loaded. Oh,
Oh,
didn't get off the ground. And the Minions got one landed. Looks like in the 30-point zone. That
Yeah.
might make the difference here. It's going to be
Probably
big.
will.
Oh, another one. Let's see who gets off the ground and does the pull-ups. That's going to be critical too. Those are going to be big points. Endgame could be
Yeah.
huge here for the Blue Alliance, which is your hometown Chuckleheads and Minions together. That's going to be important. Let's see what happens.
As you can see, they both were able to hang, but the minions had to go down. after the match ended.
Well, they just have to be off the ground when the match ends, right, to get the scoring points.
Yeah, I think they did stay on whenever
Oh.
the round did end. So
And up next, we got qualification round number 9. We've got the Blue Alliance with the Protractors and Epic Expedition up against the Pro Pythons and TC Bot. TC Bot currently number 2 for the day and ranked 4th in the league.
it's pretty impressive.
TC Bot's out of Colony High School. I did speak with them. One thing they've done for this meet, they added a drone launcher, which they didn't have before. And also a big shout out to Shub's 18th birthday here for TC Bot. Happy birthday.
Yeah. You know, my birthday was recently.
That's right. Ella had her birthday recently, too. So,
Surprised you didn't get me a gift.
well, it's not Christmas yet, but maybe it'll show up under the tree. We got randomization for this qualification round on the left side, so you can see our field setters moving those pixels and team props to the left for each of these autonomous phases of the match.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got a score from the last match. Let's see how it comes through. Let's see if the hometown team came through with the end game there.
All right. Red wins with a score of 93 to 61.
93 to 61. Big end game for the Chuckleheads and the Minions at 50 points, but Red Alliance came through with their own score of 45. So even though it was a big end game for those guys, it
Yeah.
wasn't enough to overcome the autonomous and driver control section of the Red Alliance. Good effort all the way around, though. Again, close to another 3 triple-digit score.
Yeah.
We're seeing those creep up more and more during the day. Since you are on a competition team, how much do you see between matches things improve with your bot?
It's kind of hard to say because a lot of it happens behind the scenes, and whenever it happens behind the scenes, everyone is so rushed that it's hard to actually see anything because I'm typically kicked out of the room.
You're not tinkering with tools?
No, I'm the CAD person, so most of the time I'm just kind of creating parts for them.
You don't got the rapid 3D printer worked up yet?
Well, we do have one, but the issue with with any 3D printer, no matter how fast it is, you won't get a part in time for the next match.
Gotcha.
Like, there's this printer at the Career Center. It costs $110,000, and yet to print out something like that's like 3 by 3 inches wide, it will take you like 12 hours. Because you either have to go with speed or detail, and if you're working with robotics, you definitely want detail.
Right.
However, during competitions, it's kind of sad because even if it's high detail, it doesn't really matter if you can't get it in time.
So what you're saying on day like today, it's all about having MacGyver.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting ready to start this match. And here we go.
All right.
30 seconds of autonomous action coming up. We've got 2 robots on the move, one blue, one red.
One seems to be caught on the gate on the Red Alliance.
It looks like Blue Alliance dropped a pixel in the backdrop, but that should score. Yeah, it does look like that red robot's wheels are spinning. He did get hung up on that truss work.
Maybe he's getting some cardio in.
Yeah. Well, Peloton could be a sponsor, so
Drivers,
if
pick
you're
up
out
your
there listening,
controllers.
Peloton, give us a call.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. Driver-controlled action. Let's see how fast and reliable these robots are. Blue Alliance robots on the move. I do think that some of the requirements of these robots, speed-wise, can become problematic. If you get 2 really fast robots heading towards each other, sometimes you're going to see that.
Oh, and a big issue with robots, you can see it with 8114. If you don't have correct wire management, then one small thing can go wrong, and then snap, one of your arms doesn't work.
Yeah, I can see also with 8114, that's a very wide robot, but you can see them bouncing back and forth. So when they hit the brakes Their center of
Oh,
gravity is
yeah.
much higher. So, you know,
Yeah, and wire management, sometimes it looks easy to do, but it's incredibly hard to get it right. So if you see a robot with messy wiring, you can't even blame them because
No.
sometimes you have to worry about other things.
well, you got to worry on competition, of another robot snagging your wiring. That can be a problem.
No, that's actually happened with our robot. It's not fun, I can tell you.
Well, the other thing, too, is that a big problem with this game, not problem, but a component is keeping those pixels on the backboard, because if your alliance partner or you bang that backdrop and your pixels fall off, well, now you don't get those points, even if they're on there. So you are penalizing yourself in a way because you've gone from a 3-point pixel score to a 1-point. Final 30 seconds.
The hard thing this year would definitely have to be the fact that you have to consider, do you want to be able
Red
to-
Alliance, Red Alliance, I think got a
landing zone
middle
two.
scorer,
Yeah.
and we got some people going for the chin up here, and we're
Well, I
banging
wish
into
them
that.
luck.
We got one robot appears to be kind of Epic Expeditions, kind of stuck there, kind of blocking one red robot
Oh,
from
look
getting
at
to
them
his hanging
go.
position.
You know, I always hold my breath during these because that robot falls, it's definitely gonna break. Or at least something will break.
Yeah, well, hopefully, we don't see that happen too much, but.
No. At least this year they don't have to worry too much about height.
And you can also see, in this match we had a class bot, and then in some of our more beefier competition robots. But I think there's something to be said for the compact robot getting nimbly around the field versus maybe a larger footprint bot.
Yeah, this year it's really all about size because you have to consider, do you want to be able to go under the one-way gate, or do you want to risk it and do that zigzag but be able to hold more pieces?
Right. Yep. I think ideally you're going to find robots as we move along the season that are small enough to get under any part of the truss and be able to carry multiple pieces and maximize their scoring. But then at that point you have to be concerned about those high-speed collisions. All right, we got a final from qualification round number 8 coming up for you guys. Or is it number 9?
All right. Looks like red wins with a score of 50-30.
Look at that, 40 points in the end game. 40 points, and that takes 24450. TC Bot to number 1 position in the league.
That's crazy.
And number 1 for the day. So TC Bot, a
Good
young
for
team
you.
coming through. I did talk to TC Bot before the meet, so that drone launcher apparently coming through. Big 18th birthday, gift right there, number 1. And this is just a 3-person team. So
Oh, that's really impressive.
yeah, so this is a young, small team that is performing well. All right, next qualification round number 10. We got the Mechanical Mazar Rajas and the Java Jedis up against Robo Wranglers and the Jaguar 6 out of Flower Mound.
Hi, sorry, I did not hear your call.
All right, here we go. Teams are getting their final instructions.
Yeah.
Randomization will be coming up in just a moment. Take another moment to thank our sponsors. A lot of the times you're going to see on the back of these T-shirts from these teams the sponsors that support those teams. We also have this dedicated facility, arguably the premier robo event center in North Texas. We want to do a big thanks to our sponsor, Gotcha Covered, with our shades, those big windows at the top of the building, folks. Last year would bathe us in sunlight and blind some of the sensors in our bots. So that's a big upgrade for the facility this year. So when you do have a need for shades in your home, give the folks at Gotcha Covered a ring. All right, randomization done for qualification round number 10. It's going to be on the right side. So you'll see those pixels move or those team props move to the right side. The sensors in those robots will recognize that and act appropriately, parking and placing pixels on the right side of the backdrop. The technical term for those codes you see at the bottom of the backdrop and on the walls of the arena are called April tags. And in conjunction with wheel counters and some other things programmers can use to help navigate their bots to those particular locations and things like that. So the Robo Wrangler's bot just moved those 2 pixels to the right spike mark and went and parked. Also, one of the Blue Alliance teams also parked in the right location. You did not notice any of those teams put pixels on the backdrop for those points. Those are some big points if they can get their robots to do that. So keep in mind that'll be a big improvement you see during the season.
One thing they have to
Drivers,
consider
pick up your
is that
controllers.
when it comes
3,
to designing
2,
an arm with these robots,
1.
you have to consider, do I want to be really precise, or do I want to be just crazy stupid fast?
Well, that's kind of part of the trade-off. You need to try to find a balance between both, I believe.
Yeah, that sweet spot, it's not exactly in the middle, but it's somewhere, and a big part about engineering is just trying to find that.
Testing, testing, testing. I imagine that's a big mantra for you guys.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
they are moving over there. We got a 27-6 score in favor of the Red Alliance currently. Oh, 32-7.
Oh, hey, the gate's fixed.
Oh, yeah, the field crew is out there taking care of that. We got a crack squad out there taking care of that. It's one of our volunteer positions that we need help with. So, again,
Yes, if you would like to volunteer for FTC, you can go to the website, sign up, and find volunteer dates.
Yeah,
It
also,
helps us out a ton and doesn't cost you anything.
well, you gain this enriching experience more than anything else.
Yeah, and even better, you get free food.
And we do take care of our volunteers here, folks. So know when you volunteer, you have not only an enriching experience, but you're going to get a little food in your belly. Blue Alliance trying to get some pixels on the backdrop, get those bonus points. I can see.
Robo Wranglers has a very good push bot currently.
Right. So you'll hear a term push bot. Those guys, those are bots that are designed to go ahead and push multiple pixels to their backstage area.
They sometimes look like tanks.
They do.
Like this
That
one
one-
currently.
Yep.
They could design it like that. It'd be adorable.
Well, they were talking about making theirs look like a Jeep or perhaps the Batmobile.
Oh, that'd be
so
adorable.
they do
That would
kind of got
definitely
the,
get some points with the judges.
the black on black. Right. Yeah. Well, you get that part of that story. You want to have
Yeah.
a story with your bot and your team.
Yeah, because a big part about robotics competition is purely judging.
Yeah.
Because you could definitely move on ahead if you have a good enough judge robot.
Yeah. Yeah. Judging is big. All right. As that match winds up, direct your attention to your left for qualification round number 11, where we have Loading and the Chuckleheads on the Blue Alliance up against the Minions of Marcus and the Wired Pitchforks.
Must be interesting to go up against your own school team.
It's going to happen, That's how this competition works. You play 5 or 6 matches in your session for the day.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they're doing some friendly back talk to each other. You
I'm
never
sure
know.
there's a little bit of bragging rights for the within the building, so you want to
Absolutely.
perform well. And randomization's on the left side for this match. So again, for you folks watching on the live stream or in the audience, that means we've moved the pixels or the team props to the left spike mark, and the sensors and the bots during autonomous will have certain aspects to take, scoring it in the left side of the backdrop if they're carrying pixels and parking in the right locations. I did see on the Marcus Robotics Institute Facebook page. Please subscribe to our Marcus Robotics Institute Facebook page. Follow along as we share the story of the 3 teams based out of Marcus, and we will follow you back. So let's grow robotics through social media together. So make sure you follow us, we'll follow you, and we'll share more. Like a score from the last qualification round coming up on screen for you now.
All right, if you look here, I believe that it is Red Team or Red Alliance that won with 72-13. It's a pretty hard number to get, isn't it?
72 is a solid number for the day. I think we've got 3 scores in the triple digits, but only 3.
It's always pretty hard to get a high score in this competition.
Well, like we talked about, I think you're going to see those scores get higher and higher throughout the day. Or throughout the season, not the day.
Yeah, here they go.
All right, we're
See
underway.
what happens.
Blue Alliance rammed
Oh,
into their partner
Bit of a
already, so
collision.
a collision at the beginning.
When
That's-
robot's putting a tile on the wall, it kind of dropped it, but you know, that's okay. It's the fact that it did it at all that's good.
Well, they're going to get points for putting it in the backstage, even if it doesn't stay in the
Oh
backdrop.
yeah, isn't that like 5 points?
Well, if they get parked in the backstage, it's 5. If they get a purple in the right spike mark, 10.
That's pretty good.
Pixels in the backstage is worth
Drivers,
3.
pick
So
up your
yeah, they're going to
controls.
get some points.
3,
Yeah, they got
2,
5.
5 to start.
One.
You know, that's
That's never bad.
autonomous is going to be big.
Yeah, they make it look easy to put tiles on the backboard, but it is truly really hard to do that because they're so thin that it's really hard to pick them up correctly.
Right. Well, that's part of the challenge with the whole deal. So here we go. We got the Chuckleheads trying to grab a couple. Looks like they're operating more like a push bot today. I know last meet they did have an intake device. It was more like a sweeper.
Yeah.
Pushing these pixels has proven to be
Oh yeah,
hard.
like I said, if you have a good enough push bot, it could be really helpful.
Yeah. The Red Alliance partners got that kind of scooping, that scooping,
Oh, the scooping mechanism is
Yeah.
genius. I love scooping mechanisms.
and it's scooping up, and it can drop them on the backdrop, which is
Yeah.
nice. So I think all in one fell swoop. So they got 2 pixels. Oh, they launched them by accident.
Hey,
That's-
I'm still rooting for them. I am rightfully biased.
Hey, that's okay. You know, I mean, that's one of those genius things that you can kind of observe with the with the teams here. You know, and something else to note. You know, these robots can be torn down and completely different from match to match or meet to meet. As I know, the Chucklehead did basically a complete rebuild from the first meet to this one.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. It's always really hard to choose to do a really big overhaul in a design.
Yep. 14-4, you know, anybody's game still. 14 to. Now we're in the end game, so let's see what happens. Oh,
Oh.
somebody's drone got launched.
Let's see if
very short.
Chuckleheads can launch their drone.
Let's see how much juice they get on that thing. I think last time it was woefully
Last-
short
Yeah.
of reaching the goal. Looks like they're not even aimed the right direction. Trying to get off the ground. They had the same problem last time. They can't get that last wheel quite off the ground. They're close. I think they may have got it.
Oh,
Oh,
their
and they lost the
battery.
battery. That might be a penalty. You need to keep your robot intact during the match. So looks like Red Alliance also has 1 robot clearly launched, but
Hey,
you know,
good for the minions, so they got their robot to hang.
yeah, there we go. So this could be a bragging rights match right here, folks. We'll see what happens with end-game
Yeah.
scoring, and also a penalty. When your battery flops out like that, you might be, you know, padding the opponent's score just a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can see their drone is still hanging there, never got fired. It might be a situation where they hang first, then launch the drone. I don't know.
Yeah, but you do have to angle it right. So the really hard part about launching a drone is that you never really know what's going to happen. You like in high school robotics, it's kind of hard to make a very accurate launcher for a paper drone. Like you can make it for a disc. We've done that before. Like you can shoot a disc super accurately. But with a paper drone, we don't really study aerodynamics because, you know, we're high school. But it is fun to try and see what you can do with it.
Right. You want to make something that's probably less aerodynamic.
Yeah,
in
like one thing that
actuality.
you could do is simply make it to where the nose tilts down and it'll just kind of go like that.
Right.
It would probably shoot right into the first landing zone and get you 30 points.
That's the goal. That's the goal. All right, qualification round number 12 coming up next. The Blue Alliance is made up of the Metal Wind Reapers and Forged in Iron up against Mainframe and Tier 1.
Go
Mainframe and
Jags.
Tier 1, league rank 3 and 5, so that could be a pretty tough task for the Metal Wind Reapers and Forged in Iron, but let's see what they got.
Yeah.
It all starts with autonomous. Let's see what happens.
And make sure that if you're in the pit, that you have your safety glasses on, and if you are unable to find any, you can go to concessions and find yourself some. There are the regular safety glasses and then the kind that you can put on the glasses that you own. So, and I believe that they're only $2 to $3. So
That's it. We randomized for qualification round number 12. It's the center, right in the middle. So that's probably the most advantageous spot to be.
oh, absolutely.
A lot of times programmers will shoot for one primary autonomous range, and sometimes it's luck. They
Oh.
may program just for the center.
Blue Alliance knocked down their team prop, but it's okay because they have a very smooth autonomous this time.
Well, they also dropped the purple disc on that spike mark, so that's going to be some bonus points right
oh,
there.
it's going to be a lot of points. If I'm not wrong, they get you
I think that's
20 points.
20 points for that.
Yeah, that's a lot. And they got a tile onto the board, if I'm not wrong.
Well, both teams faring quite well in autonomous,
Yeah,
each scoring 45.
Drivers,
it'll be a
pick up your
close match,
controllers.
that's for sure.
Oh,
3,
50. Blue did come
2,
through with the big 50.
1.
Oh, and the other one
Look
came in
at
at
that.
50.
Fantastic.
Oh, wow, they are just totally tied.
Well,
That's
that's
a tongue
good. That means
twister.
we may be looking at a double, triple-digit score opportunity here.
Yeah.
We haven't had yet today.
Oh, they're slightly pushing ahead.
Yep, this is live scoring, folks. So if you are watching, you're going to see live scoring on the stream. Keep in mind that that live scoring is only, real time, and we will have penalties and things like that to assess. So it's always important to stay tuned until the final score is posted. But it's tight right now, 57 to 57. Oh, now the Blue Alliance jumping forward 71 to 57. So the Blue Alliance is starting to stretch their lead just a little bit. Although endgame's going to be huge here, so if they can get a drone scored, that might change the whole dynamic of this thing. But
Oh, yeah,
Blue Alliance
absolutely.
definitely going for backdrop scoring, triple the points. This is where we're talking about, some of these larger robots trying to navigate amongst these smaller robots that can be difficult to get there.
And big part about robotics too, may not seem important, but finding a good way to carry your robot is actually quite important because the last thing that you want is to drop it.
Right. Yeah. Transportation of your robot.
Yeah, so you can actually see on some robots, it almost looks like they have handles on it, which are built into it. It's quite useful.
All right, endgame going underway, 76 to 65. This is a tight match.
neck to
Endgame is
neck.
going to probably make the difference on this one. And we very likely are going to look at a couple of triples. There's a launch, a score.
and
It looks like
landing zone one.
landing zone 1. There it is. That's a Red Alliance landing zone 1.
That'll be
Blue
30
Alliance is now
points.
going to try to match that. That's going to make a big difference. I know, obviously, parking and getting hung. All right, endgame. I don't know. Looks like one Red Alliance. I don't know if either Red Alliance got hung up there. And I don't know if the Blue Alliance got any drones launched or scored. That's going to be tight. We got 9 point, well,
Oh,
105 to
91.
105 to 91 end game. All right, we got a final coming up for 11. I do think we're going to have with 12 a double triple digit. A triple
That'd be
triple.
fantastic.
A triple triple. That's big
Red
time.
wins.
Red Alliance does come through with a
For
win.
qualification 11 to be specific.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
36 to 8. Again, you can see that end game 20 points for the Red Alliance came through to really push that score up. As we wait for the tally of that likely triple, we are going to get qualification round 13 set up here on your left. We got the Mechanical Maharajas and the Robo Wranglers on the Blue Alliance up against Epic Expedition and TC Bot, currently ranked first in league and first for the day. So let's see
That's
if
going to be hard to beat.
we'll see if the Blue Alliance is up to the task to take on the number one team and see how they go.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. You never know what's going to happen in a lot of these matches. So
No, yeah, like think back to last year. You would see a lot of bots just falling over because I remember they had to be really tall for it.
yeah, well, last year with the having to score cones that were several feet off the ground, you found that robot center of gravity was becoming an issue. It's like
Yeah.
earlier we saw that one robot that was teetering
Yeah.
as they were trying to stop and start. I think that's another big thing as the season goes on. Robots making sure that they don't run into their backdrop and
Oh
knock
yeah,
pixels
like
free.
this year robots are really more intricate. I remember talking with one of my teammates, and they were talking about how the robots this year really have to be a lot more thought out, because last year the competition wasn't that thought out. All you had to do was put cones on poles, but this year you have to launch a paper airplane, you have to hang on a bar, you have to put tiles on a board. But yeah, it is really important to keep track of all that.
All right, we got a final. Let's see if we are true about a triple.
And red wins. The score of 118 to 121.
Red Alliance, that is a super tight score. Both of them way up there. Red did give 10 penalty points. The end game was the difference, folks. The end game definitely 50 points for the
Absolutely.
Red Alliance.
I think that paper airplane scored, or paper drone score really did matter.
That's right, and that launched somebody up to 2. We got number 1 and 2 in the league and the day, and that changed the dynamic. TC Bot no longer number 1.
Station underneath, because we're getting to the back half of this session. Clean your areas, pick up your trash, clean your areas, yeah?
All right. So for those of you who don't know, the X-League is made up of 32 teams, and we run half of those teams the first half of the day, the second half in the second half of the day. And so as we start winding down on the first session, folks, definitely make sure you are keeping your area clean for the next group coming in after the break. All right, qualification round number 13 coming up. As you can see, TC Bot was ranked first. Now they've come down to third. Let's see what happens if they can regain that position after this match. Those are live scoring numbers, folks, so they change rapidly during the day and during the league. And they may change when you're not even on the field, as we just witnessed here.
So who do we have up for this round?
We've got the Red Alliance's TC Bot and Epic Expedition up against the Mechanical Maharajas and the Robo Wranglers.
All right, that sounds very exciting. We have randomization up. We are going to be on the left for this round. I hope that they have the cameras for that.
Right, yep. That's where those April tags at the bottom of that backdrop come into play, so that those robots can identify that they need to put those pixels on that left side. So there are big bonus points if they can put the pixels on the backdrop on that left side. So you can see Robo Wranglers pushed their pixels to try to get on the spike mark for a score. They didn't quite get it on the mark, but they are going to go park. Hope Red Alliance also has a robot on the move to park and get some points. So this is where there's room for improvement. So these robots that are not operating in autonomous or putting the pixels in the spike marks or on the backdrop
Drivers,
all can
pick up your
improve
controllers.
moving forward.
3, 2, 1.
So as you can see, we've got a score of 10 to 5 during autonomous for 2 parking robots and 1 parking robot on the Red Alliance.
See, there's a reason why I really love FTC over FRC. Because in FTC, it's a lot less polished. So you really get to see a lot more of their design process and a lot more of like what they're all doing. Because in FRC, they're picking up traffic cones. They're doing just absolutely wild things. But in FTC, it feels a lot more almost down to earth with what they're doing.
Understood. You can actually handle these robots. FRC robots
Yeah.
might look like they could
Oh, they
possibly
seem
maim you or
dangerous.
damage you. Yeah.
Get run over by one, you know.
Well, I did notice the Blue Alliance trying to put some pixels on the backdrop, and they kind of fell off the wall. And there's the Robo Wranglers pushing pixels into the zone. And you got to be careful you don't bang into that backdrop and knock them off.
Yeah.
You know, that's where you can start, you know, kind of self-penalizing yourself in essence. And picking up those stacked white pixels in the back kind of proved to be a little
Yeah.
A little difficult,
I
intricate.
think a really big thing that you could do, although it would be really hard to implement, is have some linear slides, and then have those linear slides have an intake, and then you can just kind of slide them all down.
Sure. Well, that's a beautiful thing about this sport in general is that, you're able to come up with creative solutions and share those solutions with other folks. That's
Yeah.
the beauty of it.
We all get to be fellow nerds.
All right, it's 19 to 18, tight match.
We got a landing zone 2 for a paper drone.
Red Alliance gets one in the landing zone number 2. Looks
We've
like
got
Red Alliance
someone
also doing a
hanging.
pull up there. That's that class bot. It's not even a big, beefy competition. And another red drone. Bang, it
Oh.
backs backwards into zone 2.
Landing zone 2.
Fantastic.
Good job.
I don't think we've seen 2 drones score. No, we have a couple times, but
Yeah,
wow,
we saw
that was
the-
impressive.
Ooh, that's a really good robot. Look at their linear slides. They can
Yeah.
shoot out.
That was incredible. Looks like we got the Red Alliance is really going to come through on the end game. I think that's going to put them way over the top.
Oh, absolutely. And especially with the crowd, they seem to be pleasing them pretty well. It's the
Well,
most enthusiastic we've seen them be this whole time.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, anytime you throw something at the crowd, you're going to get a response. So, maybe we can load up a bunch of drones.
Yeah. Just shoot them all at once. Just beep, 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 beep.
That's it. That is it. All right, qualification round number 14. Over on your right, we've got the Blue Alliance made up of the Chuckleheads and the Wired Pitchforks up against the Protractors and the Pro Pythons. It's like the pros on one side and Chuckleheads and the Wired Pitchforks on the other. Look at Virage in those glasses. Man, looking
yeah, go
mean,
Barrage.
looking tough.
Can you do a little dance for us? Oh. It's a little shot.
All right.
Oh, we have randomization. They will be in the center.
How many teams got props out there, Ella?
I would say normally you can always see about half of the teams having props nowadays, but early on, a lot of the teams didn't have any. Because while it may seem pretty easy to make a prop, you really have to take in a lot of things to really consider what you want to do for it. Because you want to be able to pick it up. Do you want to be able to just push it? How do you want it to look? Do you want it to stand out to the judges? It just all depends on what you want to do with it.
There are special specifications a prop has to fit within, yeah?
Yeah.
Our head ref's coming in for a little consult, folks.
On that last match, that one that landed was only one. And just so you guys know, that one went underneath the bar.
Oh, and underneath the bar.
That one did. The other one was good. The one that did land. Someone, yeah. Good. Thank you guys. I wanted to make sure you guys saw that. It's hard to see.
So you did that, yeah,
I try to watch that
from here.
specifically.
All right, so we just had an update on the score, and I'm not sure what all it changed, but
Here's the final.
yeah. Seems that Red Alliance won due to that due to that certain change. It was 29 to 69.
50 points in the end game. Huge score.
That's wild. Yeah, you normally see 50 points in the end game nowadays, these competitions, due to how iterative or inventive these players are.
And I think I just got a clarification from our head ref that the drones have to clear over the top of all the truss work. One of those
Oh.
drones went underneath. And so for them to score, they have to go over the top of all the truss work in the middle
Oh,
of the
so you
field
have to score from
land.
the back?
Score from the back of the field, yeah.
Oh, that's difficult.
Otherwise, the robots would run right up to the edge and just dump them right over, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now that I think about it.
it was still exciting, though,
Mm-hmm.
I felt.
Do you have any hobbies? Oh.
Huh?
Oh, I was going to say, for anyone here that would like to post about certain things that they've improved with their robot, we do have a Facebook account that you can subscribe to and see all the new news about what we've been doing in FTC. So please check that out. So we can see that the Blue Alliance is currently working to score with their spike marks, while the Red Alliance is going to probably try to score on the backboard, though they just got caught on the truss.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As you can see, we have manual control going now, and we have one team just scored or attempted to score 2 pixels onto the backboard using a slide mechanism. Always impressive to see with a robot. We have 21870 trying to score with their robot, although there seems to be some collision going on right now. Quite a lot of collision, now that I mention it.
Yeah, and there's that robot banging into that backdrop I was talking about, man. That can de-score some points for you.
Oh yeah, it's actually really risky to bang into a backboard. I've seen people accidentally hit it and like all of it comes off. It's just terrible to watch. So you always got to be careful. And that's why you really got to consider, do I want to be fast or do I want to be very specific on where I'm going?
Well, I think this is where you can have your programmers work with your bot. It recognizes those April tags and then slows your bot down in a fashion that doesn't jerk it to a stop. It slows it smoothly and rapidly.
Yes, our robot actually has that worked into it, where if you click, I think, a very specific button, it'll slow it down and kind of put it into like a cruise mode. It's quite nice.
All right, end game whistle. Here we go.
Let's see what we can do.
9 to 3.
Or what they can do.
You know that.
Seems they just threw on a couple pixels. That's always fun to watch.
Well, you know they threw them at the backdrop. I think kind of bounced off. It's whoa,
Yeah.
there goes a drone.
Oh,
Heads up, watch out.
Oh.
Heads, holy smokes.
little friendly
Drone's
fire
flying.
there. Hope
Little-
the red
little-
hoodie's okay.
Little red v red going on over there. I don't know if the Blue Alliance got any. Looks like they got a robot maybe off the ground. I can't quite tell.
Nah.
Maybe they got somebody parked. It's gonna be close. 17 to 6. We'll see if any penalties arise from the drone strike on your own alliance.
Yeah, next up we have Java Jedis. Oh, we have Java Jedis and Flower Mountain High School FTC Jaguars 6, go Jags, and Marcus Minions and Mainframe for the Blue Alliance.
All right, Mainframe coming in at number 3 for the league rank. That's going to be something they want to hold on to, so we'll see how they do. It's a pretty compact bot on the Blue Alliance there with the pink slider. Very, very cool. That's our minion bot, is it?
Oh, where? With the pink?
The pink tape?
Yeah, that is our robot. I think they might have added a few things. And
Yeah.
we do have randomization coming up. The white pixel will be in the center, or their team prop will be in the center. Depends on what they're choosing. And the cool thing about the team prop is that if they have a very specific camera, I think it's called a Husky cam, they can see where the prop is. So they could really try and decide, do I want to try and get extra points, or do I want to try to score the backboard?
Keep it out here. Yeah, no, the Husky cam's big. I think all of the sensors that we see are important.
Yeah.
Along with those wheel counters and everything else, but those
Yeah,
are huge.
our coders are really working their butts off here.
Oh yeah, we got a final score from the previous qualification. Let's throw that up on the screen for you guys.
Seems that Red Alliance won. They score of 37 for the Red Alliance and 6 for the Blue Alliance.
Again, that end game is huge. 25 points for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, it's a great thing about FTC. They really know how to make their competition really, really exciting.
All right, we're underway over here. Both Blue Alliance teams on the move. The Minions got their pixel very close to being in the right spot, but it kind of fell out of their slide and hold mechanism there. So is that pink tape part of the MacGyver action that we see between matches here, where they maybe trying to tweak their?
Oh, yeah, it does happen a lot where tape is probably the most blessed design that anyone's ever
Drivers,
made for this
pick up your controllers.
Because tape will save you,
3,
man. It is
2,
really, really good
1.
for robots. May not look the prettiest sometimes, but man, it does its job. Because you don't always have nuts and bolts lying around.
Right. Well, and tape can be a fast fix, you know. I can imagine the chuckleheads with their battery flying out of their robot the last match are
Yeah.
going to have that thing taped down. Oh,
Duct tape and zip ties are the staples of repairs.
Oh, yeah, zip ties too. Blessed design. I don't know who designed it, but probably the best engineer in the world, you know? Because, like, I feel that tape, Velcro, and zip ties are probably one of the most used materials for robotics. Well, for FTC robotics. I don't know about professional standard ones.
well,
All right, we can see that there's some scoring going on the board.
yeah, 39-4 in favor of the Blue Alliance currently. That robot there on the Blue Alliance has got a double picker with almost like a wheel deal, and they're able to kind of quickly get points on the backdrop very gently. And right behind them, the Minions are coming up to see if they can drop a pixel on the board as well.
Yeah.
So they've got the duct tape approach, but as long as it gets the job done.
Yeah, you
know,
may
at
not
the
put it
end
on
of
a
the day.
car, but you will put it on a robot.
Oh, I've seen plenty of people put on their cars.
Yeah,
you know.
that's true.
Mentioned earlier, I worked as a flight attendant. I've seen tape on airplanes on
Oh,
those wings
that's a
sometimes.
really good thing to know. Next time I fly an airplane.
Look for that speed tape. Oh, double Blue Alliance
Oh,
launching in formation.
in both landing zone 3 and possibly landing zone 1.
Yeah,
It's going to be hard to tell for the referees.
That's going to be a big score for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, good luck referees though. They're kind of in some interesting positions.
And now we've got 10 seconds left to see if we can get both Blue Alliance robots doing their pull-ups.
Ooh, yeah.
Look at that.
Go
Big time. One Red
Minions.
Alliance getting up there. Johnny 5 getting up. He got it. Okay.
All right.
Fantastic. Wow, what an exciting end there. Double
Yeah.
drones, double pull-ups. That's going to be a triple-digit score, most likely for the Blue Alliance. You know, pretty much you get triple digits, your chances of winning are pretty high today.
Yeah.
You know,
Although don't get your hopes up too high because you can always see teams make a comeback though pretty fast. Because especially in that end game, everything is at stake. You could be ahead by 200 points, but the other team gets lucky enough or good enough, then
right?
you're
I mean,
kind of screwed.
you get two drones landed in the hot spot. That's 60 points
Oh,
just
yeah.
for the drones. You know, and then of course if you do the robot hanging from the rigging, that's 20. So you can get 60 plus another 4. You can get 100 points just for those two things. So Blue Alliance didn't get the full effect because they didn't land in the hot zones or the.
Hey, but
they got
they're
both.
doing really good.
Their end game score is going to be off the charts here. This is
Yeah,
gonna be,
go Minions.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a big score.
Hopefully one of the Minions can like do a little dance for us, you know.
That's right. Well, I'm sure we can cue something up here.
Yeah.
Qualification round number 16 coming up on your right. We got the Metal Wind Reapers in Tier 1 up against Loading and Forged in Iron. Tier 1, the second-ranked team currently for the day and for the league. See if I've got any
Yeah,
notes
Tier
on
1
these
always
teams.
has really impressive stuff going on for them.
Yeah, Tier 1 team, a community team out of Plano, always, or at least for the past 3 years.
Oh, Plano's always been a really fun place to find stuff. They have a good football team, well, depending on which school, but they have a really good football team. They have a really good robot program. They're just good all around. It'll
Yep.
always be really tough going up against them.
And the Metal Wind Reapers, I did chat with them before the match. They are constantly refining their robot, which is great. They're another 3-member team, though, so, you know, it's tight.
Oh, sorry, but we have randomization on the right of the field, well, on the right spike mark. And if you look to your right in Arena 2, you'll see that there are quite a few robots being queued up for the next match.
Absolutely. And we've got scores from round 15 coming up. let's get you guys another view of that beautiful pixel pyramid and reveal the winner.
All right, seems that blue won with 124 to 31.
All right, what were we talking about? That end game score, 80 points.
80 points. That is
massive score.
absolutely, that is absolutely crazy.
All right, we're underway over here. We've got robots smashing into each other, doing their thing. Red Alliance both trying to get into the same parking spot.
And like I said, maybe it is BattleBots and we don't know it.
This is BattleBot Light here today, folks. As you can see, both those robots in autonomous were trying to vie for the same position. That's why that second robot dropped its pixels intended for the backdrop, but their
Drivers,
partner bot was
pick up your controllers.
in their position.
3,
That's an
2,
interesting conundrum for
1.
these programmers to have to figure out how is my robot going to manage getting around my alliance partner.
Oh, sometimes you really just kind of have to not think about that part. It's like you can't really, some parts about competitions that you just kind of got to not think about it. Have that good denial in your heart.
Well, I think that's part of the choosing of your alliance partner further on in the season is finding the one that meshes with your autonomous
Oh, absolutely.
and your style of play during the entire thing.
Yeah.
But live scoring, the Red Alliance catching up, 25 to 54 after the first phase of the game here. Looks like one Red Alliance drone is on the field of play, so that will not be a scoring element for that particular member of the
Yeah.
alliance.
You
Blue's over
know?
there trying to pick up. Red's on the move.
Oh yeah, Red Alliance, they're really taking one of our sponsors' names into account. Got you covered?
Got you covered, indeed. Yep.
Yeah,
Our
it is.
Roboplex is covered with those shades up above.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, looks like we have a robot, maybe a part flying loose here
Oh no.
on a looks like a Blue Alliance robot, perhaps. Oh, we dropped 2 pixels in the zone. Yeah. see
Hey,
that?
that still counts.
It looks like we've got a side of that robot hanging loose there on that Blue Alliance robot.
Oh.
So
Yeah, that happens. I mean, that's why we use tape.
yeah, exactly. The tape and the Velcro and those zip ties will come into play. And pit time, right? So they're struggling to get over it so they can try to figure out how they can get over there. That's definitely messing up their mechanism wheels. They still got time to get to their thing. They're working their way to get to their hanging zone. 10 seconds left. They're trying to work their way there. They're close. Red Alliance looks like they're trying to hang. Red Alliance drone just short. Oh, that just, boy,
Oh, that must hurt.
heartbreaking when you see a robot out there with
Yeah,
parts
but if
hanging off of it.
because you know that if it got over that by just a little, then it would have landed in the first landing zone.
Yeah, Red Alliance, that could be the difference right there. I mean, right
Yeah.
now,
Well,
live
we gotta
scoring.
be grateful that an FTC, that's like the main thing that you gotta worry about instead of your whole robot breaking to another robot.
Right.
Because you can't just fix the whole thing in one round.
No, you can do minor repairs,
Yeah.
So hopefully our Blue Alliance team there, I believe that might be the Tier 1 robot there. No, it's not. It's their partner.
Yeah. Yeah, Tier 1 has always been a really reliable team when it comes to their robots working. It's good
Yeah.
job, Tier 1.
Yeah,
And,
that
well,
was
really,
the-
really all the teams, of course.
I think that was the Metal Wind Reapers that had that chunk kind of fly off. No, that's not
Ah.
right. It was,
I actually interviewed.
oh, that was Tier 1.
I actually interviewed Metal Wind Reapers recently, and they completely redesigned their alliance marker or their team marker. It used to be quite small, but they made it a lot bigger now, and they have a really nice font on it. I believe that it's 3D printed and painted.
Nice, yeah. Well, we'll talk about those alliance markers in just a moment, but qualification round number 17 queuing up for you folks. It's the Robo Wranglers and TC Bot in the Blue Alliance up against the Pro Pythons and the Chuckleheads. All these teams in the top 6 for the day and the top 8 for the league. So very competitive match coming up right here
Yeah,
before
it's
your
always
very eyes. Looks like we're waiting for, looks like the Chuckleheads to get over here. And while we're waiting for the Chuckleheads to show up, we got a final for qualification round number 16.
You do gotta love the animation that they use. Oh, it seems that Blue Alliance won with a 71 score. to 60.
Wow, Red Alliance, if that drone had landed, that would have, if they would have gotten landing zone 2, that would have made the difference, but they
Yeah.
didn't quite clear the fence. So they are really close. Because if they
And this
just hit the
time-
top of that wall, they likely would have been in the 20 to 30 point range. So,
Yeah.
you know, the end game is going to be a big deal. If somebody can really figure out how to have an accurate drone that can land in the 20 to 30 point zone consistently, that'll be a big
well, at
deal.
that point, they should get signed up for NASA because that's really hard to get done.
That's right. We'll call Elon and let him know. All right,
Actually,
looks like
believe it or not, one of these teams, I don't know if they're at this competition or league, but they are sponsored by NASA.
wow. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, that's important. You know, sponsorship of all these teams is important for growth of all these young engineers. So, you know, all of you parents out there, you know, tap into your network and, you know, invite sponsors to come and support these teams and these young engineers in the making. We need their support. We need their volunteerism. I do know a lot of employers will give you vacation time if you come and volunteer. So, you know, make sure you're checking with your HR department and see if volunteering buys you a day off here or there. Go take a trip to Mexico at an all-inclusive resort in exchange for helping us out for a couple of Saturdays. So make sure you're looking into that.
And one big thing to keep in mind with this competition today is that if you do have any questions about the scoring, you can go up to the question box to talk with the referees about the last round.
Yeah, yeah. So part of gracious professionalism is you do see between the two fields of play, there is a tile with a blue question mark. And if a team is ever concerned that they were not scored properly, they can get on the question mark box. And then a referee will come over and take their question. You do need to do that in a timely fashion. You can't wait till, you know, the end of the day. You need to take
Oh,
action.
of course. I think you only have until the next round starts to do it. Or after that.
About 5? I think you got 4 or 5 rounds is your kind of limit
Yeah.
to ask a question. And I've seen some kids get on that question box and patiently wait, that's for sure, you know, which is another great skill to have, patience. So, you know, we learn that stuff. All right, the Chuckleheads, looks like they're finally over here to participate. It looks like they had to do some repair work between their last match. As we remember, their battery kind of flopped out, so
Yeah.
they may be in a little bit of a
Let's hope some good
Sitch.
duct tape was able to help. Who knows, maybe Virage afterwards can come up here and tell us what they did to fix up the bot.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, they're going to have a time frame to get it done. Otherwise,
Yeah.
they're going to be probably excused from this match. So, you know,
Yeah.
our referees are fairly generous with getting these kids moving, but we do have a timeline to keep. So,
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
they're as we just talked about patience. You know, referees have patience as well, but it does have a limit.
Yeah. Would you like to see who's up next for this round?
Well, actually, yeah, we can talk about qualification round number 17. Well, this one right here in front of us, here's the Chuckleheads trying to get their robot ready to go. It looks like they are ready to go. And the Pro Pythons up against Robo Wranglers and TC Bot. Looks like we're getting the last
Very
minute kind of
competitive lineup.
inspection ready to roll. Yeah, it's
Quite balanced, if you ask me.
could be. You know, the fact that the Chuckleheads are kind of doing some last-minute repairs does throw the Red Alliance into question, but we'll see. It all
Yeah.
plays out on the field. One thing I
pretty
do want to
hard.
point out is our coach here at the Marcus Robotics Institute was awarded as a Tech Titan this year.
Oh,
So
wow.
big prestigious award for our fearless leader here at Marcus Robotics.
He really likes his ice cream too.
He loves ice cream. Randomization's on the right-hand side for this one, so you can see the pixels and team props are on the right spike.
As you can
And-
see, Robo Wranglers just put a white pixel onto the spike mark. They slightly missed the mark, sadly, but
They're getting
knows?
closer. You know, they're going to get
Yeah.
that dialed in. Both Blue Alliance robots looks like they're going to be able to get into parking zone. Red Alliance has got one in the parking zone. So 10 to 5 here to start the
Drivers, pick up your
driver control
controllers.
section.
Yeah, absolutely.
3, 2, 1.
And we're underway. And let's see what the chuckleheads do. Looks like they took some apparatus off of their bot, so something must have been broken. They've got some unplugged wiring kind of hanging there.
Yeah.
Looks like they're just going to be pushing some pixels.
And
That's the beautiful thing, though, is that if you do have a problem, you can kind of scale back and say, hey, look, our arm broke, but you can still play.
Oh, absolutely.
You just turn into a push bot, and you're going to push pixels into scoring position. And you still may have your drone, you still may have your ability to hang. So even though your bot's not 100%, you can still...
As long as you can move, you can score. And even if you can't move, you probably can score.
Yeah, let's go back to those alliance markers you were talking about.
Oh, yeah, back to the alliance markers. They are custom made by each team. They can have almost any design that they want as long as they fit inside a very specific measurement made by the inspectors. So you may see a minion, you could see a little dice or die. You could see a whole rocket ship. You never know. But as long as it fits inside that little marker, you're all good. It'll score you some extra points as well.
All right, Blue Alliance looking at a score of 22-8 over Red currently. We'll see what happens. It looks like the Chuckleheads have already moved into position to try to hang at the end here. Let's see if they've got their hanging squared away. Last time they hung by one wheel was still on the ground. Let's see if they can get it up. They're trying.
Oh,
I
they
think
are
they
off
got
the
it.
ground. They're off the ground.
All right. Blue Alliance did launch a drone unsuccessfully.
They
Red
do
Alliance also
seem to have
launched a
taken off their
drone
arm, though.
themselves. Well, yeah, that's part of the sacrifice. It kind of looks like they gave up their
Yeah.
ability to do other things with that. The Red Alliance trying to get underneath the bar. Oh, I think they may have gotten parked in lieu of. So that's the other thing. You've got options. You know, you can't get to do the pull-up, then go ahead, go park. So let's see if that's enough end-game score for the Red Alliance to kind of come through. Getting a drone launched would have been the big bonus, but it does look like the Chuckleheads scaled the robot down between matches. It looks a lot less
Bulky?
beefy. Yeah,
Yeah.
they got on a little crash diet here in the last 20 minutes.
Hey, they got to get into shape for those pull-ups.
That's it, and they did it. So the last time one wheel was on the ground. Randomization done for qualification round 18 on the left. It's going to be the right-hand side. As we get ready to rumble over there at 18, it's going to be the wired pitchforks and the protractors for the Red Alliance up against the Flower Mound Jaguars 6 team and Mainframe. Mainframe coming in as the number 2 team in the league and for the day. And we got results for qualification round.
Seems blue won
Blue team does
with
come
a
in.
score of 47-36.
47-36. Yep, that's it. As you can see, that moves up TC Bot to number 1.
Red tablet. Red tablet is not live.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait for that. Hey, your communication's fantastic, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem.
All right, for our live scoring for you folks at home, that does depend on our tech talking to tech, so we just did a quick little reset, and we are back to live,
Yeah,
I believe. We will be.
eventually. Day by day.
So the alliance markers, one thing, obviously the team props with the dice or whatever it might be, but the alliance markers being a red square or a blue dot. How are those created?
Oh, the alliance markers?
Yep, we're underway here, folks. Let's see, we got 1, 2, looks like all 3 robots on the move for autonomous. 2 Red Alliance bots, 1 Blue Alliance. 1 Red Alliance looks like it might be trying to score on the backboard. Oh, nope, they're just going to park.
I mean,
Or
they
maybe
do,
they'll-
the backboards, it's almost like one of those fair games where they make it look really they make it seem really easy to score on. but they're so steep that you really have to aim it well with the stick.
Drivers,
Right, you just
pick
can't
up your
launch your
controllers.
pixels at it. You got to place them on
3,
there and let them
Although
fly.
that would be
2,
really entertaining to
1.
watch.
It's like a game of Plinko on a delicate board. All right, here we go. Driver control underway. All robots on the move.
Yeah, there's this one robot on Blue Alliance that's being very fast.
Yep.
And you can see wire management on robots is always a big key
And the
to this whole
protractors.
competition.
Protractor's got a very interesting gripper, but they also have that kind of herky-jerky movement where they stop, and you can see that whole robot just kind of move.
Yeah.
You can
Hey-
see the human player too, folks, in this game is on the opposite side from their team. How,
Yeah.
with your team, Ella, how are you guys communicating from one side of the field to the other?
I think the most advanced technique that we have is yelling.
Yelling's pretty good. I've seen some sign language out there. Some people throwing some numbers
Yeah.
at each other.
Maybe throwing a few words that maybe shouldn't be said on the field. But yeah, a lot of communicating is being done during this competition. It is all about how you're communicating with your team and what kind of teamwork you're implementing. Because if you don't commit to your team and you're involved on the field, your team is pretty much done at that point. Because you really have to consider all that you're doing and just making sure that y'all are really cooperating well.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's the other thing. They're communicating with that human player to place the right pixels for them to collect. And the interesting thing is you only have one human player per alliance. So the sign language you have, is likely needs to be universal. So when you have a different alliance partner,
Oh,
you've
we
got
just
'em.
had a drone launch into the stands.
We had a drone launch into the stands. Oh,
Extra
another one.
points.
And a third. That one might score. Yeah,
oh,
Red
yeah,
Alliance.
landing zone 2
Drops one in zone number
for
2.
Louisville.
That's going to be 20 points for the Red Alliance, which will make a big difference in the end game here.
Yeah.
It looks like Blue Alliance might have some pull-ups going on, but I'm not 100% sure if they got off the ground. That's going to be tight. If they didn't get off the ground, it's going to be trouble. But preliminary scoring,
Sadly, they did not get off the
48 to
ground.
49. That is a tight, tight score.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, single point differences, they are really hard to get right.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see. The end game is going to be a big difference maker there. All right, coming up on the next field of play, qualification round number 19. Just 2 left. We only do 20 qualification rounds, so this is second to last. Blue Alliance made up of Loading and the Metal Wind Reapers up against the Red Alliance of Epic Expedition and the Java Jedis. This is just the morning bank. If you can make sure your pit area is clean as you start packing up for the next session, we do appreciate that, as does the incoming second half of the X-League coming in after we are done here for the morning session. So please make sure you clean up your pit area. Thank you very much. And we got a final from qualification round number 18.
Seems that Red Alliance won that one. They score of 49 to 47. Look how close that was.
Yep, there's that drone launch, 30 points. Big difference right there. That drone score in that middle landing zone was 20 points for him.
Absolutely. You do gotta love all the effort that FTC puts into this whole program, because if I'm not wrong, it's fully nonprofit, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is a nonprofit organization.
Yeah.
If there
Except
ever
for the
was
people
one.
working for them, of course. But yeah, as you can see on the field, you see someone in an ugly sweater. You always gotta love that. I feel like we should make that like a little competition in and of itself. You know?
Absolutely. Well, for next year, we can have the Ugly Sweater Team Award. That would
Absolutely.
be fantastic.
They should get like 50 extra points, you know? Make it really fair.
Well, or maybe a free pizza. Who knows? We can,
Yeah, maybe free pizza.
Christmas candy
Oh,
canes, perhaps. Maybe
yeah. Well,
more
good
of
luck
this
to the
team.
person in the ugly sweater. We are shouting you out whether or not you like it.
I think those are some of our younger rookie teams from my pit interviews this
Oh,
morning.
I love rookie teams. They're just really fun to work with. I remember at the scrimmage, we were working with them, put together a robot pretty much from scratch. And near the end, their robot was only able to push, of course, but it was really well done. They put a lot of effort into their things.
Yeah.
Even though they're younger than us, it's really impressive.
Well, I think the thing, too, you're looking at is that those young teams are so hungry for knowledge that they
Absolutely.
are eager to soak up whatever they can.
Yeah, and the Career Center is really perfect for that, I feel, because there's this engineering class that they have that used to be a robotics class, but they moved it to engineering because our coach kind of stole it from them. But you can always appreciate the fact that the engineering class is always trying to bring in more for the students.
Yeah,
So if
absolutely.
anyone's interested in engineering, do consider that.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of our supporting school districts are
Yeah.
fully
Here's
capable of supporting it.
randomization coming up. It will be in the center of the spike marks. It's probably really good for a few teams. I'm sure some of them are only made to do that. Middle one.
All right, we're underway here. We've got one robot on the move. Moved its prop definitely far enough out of the way. And a red robot also on the move. Blue Alliance robot on the move again. Not quite sure where that Blue Alliance robot is moving to.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, driver control underway. We've got one six-wheeled robot out there. Haven't seen many of those this season. That's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Got an interesting push operation there with that robot.
You do gotta
That's the-
love all the designs this year.
That's the Java Jedi's robot. They did tell me on the front end there, Lyft did get some work between meets, and they are looking to alter the drivetrain of their robot.
Yeah.
They did tell me that they do have a wish list for Santa. They want new robots and a PC.
Hey,
So,
I want a new PC.
If Santa's out there listening, if they are on the nice list, maybe
Yeah.
that'll happen for them.
You know, my little brother recently, he put up a very small Christmas tree in his room. And he told us, even if I'm not good this year, Santa will see my cool Christmas tree and still give me a present.
Okay. All right. Well, that's one way to go
maybe
for
it'll
it.
be the same case for them. You never know.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like
And if you're wanting to give some of your friends a gift this year, we do have the concession stands near the back of the Roboplex, where our snacks are priced pretty low for a competition, if you're interested.
we're definitely beating prices from the Ranger Stadium. That's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, $10 for a thing of popcorn is just crazy.
Well, a gift it gives us right now, 14 to 12, super tight match.
Oh, wow.
We are hitting
yeah.
end game now.
If
We
any
got-
one of them can hang
Blue
or
Alliance launches a drone just short of the
Oh.
landing zone, but they are parked for points. One Red Alliance robot also parked. The other two jockeying for position. That could be the big difference. If either one of them can get parked.
Oh, it is
into
difficult
points.
when
Oh.
your wheels stop working.
And somebody's on the move. They got 7 seconds trying to get to where they're going. Another Red Alliance looks like he's trying to back. Oh, he launched a drone, but didn't go anywhere. And a Blue Alliance is trying to get into position to hang. That may have been the difference. Let's wait and see what the final score is. But 20 to 20
Oh, wow. If
going
if
into
it's
this.
tied,
So
that would be crazy.
those parking spots might be what makes the difference. And our final qualification round getting set up on field number 2.
Are we allowed to be biased as announcers?
Well, you want to be as even as you can, but, you know, I mean, your knowledge will come through. Obviously, we've got the hometown Marcus Minions in the Blue Alliance with the
Yeah.
mechanical Maharajas up against Tier 1 and Forged in Iron. It's going to be a tall order for our
Yeah.
hometown Minions on this one.
Which school is Tier 1 from?
Tier 1's a community team out of Plano.
Oh.
So always a highly competitive team. Forge and Iron coming in ranked 8th for the day. They are,
Oh, they're Flower Mound.
yep, they're out of Flower
Go
Mound. So
Jags.
Forge and Iron just down the road. So it's going to be a tight match to see if the Minions had a great meet or a great match last time up. Remember that. They were a triple-digit scorer. So
Oh yeah, Minions, they never cease to impress, or really any team.
all right, qualification around 19. We got a final score for you. We'll bring that up. We smashed this pyramid of pixels.
And Red Alliance wins with a score of 21-20.
That was
Very
the parking.
close.
Look at the end game there. 10 points to 5. If that Blue Alliance partner could have got parked or a pull-up would have been the difference.
Yeah.
I think that's where your coach can come in. When you've got 3 members of your team out there, a coach, a driver, and a gunner, he could be looking at that scoreboard saying, don't worry about the pull-up, go get parked. You know,
Yeah.
go get the 5 points instead of the 10 or the 20. So
Well, honestly, with the way that the robot was moving, I don't think they really had a choice.
it may not have been, yeah, you may be right, but the role of that coach is to kind of help keep an eye on what's happening with that match and
Oh,
and-
yeah, absolutely.
and be the voice in the driver's head saying, hey, that's where we need to go. We do have a player on the question mark. So we did have our first question mark.
Now we've had a couple.
Had a couple? First one I've seen, but there's been a few. Getting clarification on things.
What do you know about the designing of a robot?
Well, I don't know much other than what a parent soaks up and, an involved parent who's here quite a bit. So, I know a little bit, but there's much more I don't know, that's for sure. What's your favorite part of designing the robot?
For me, I've always really loved designing the arm. Because the arm, I've always just kind of loved how people make it. Because you see the most variation in it. When it comes to the driving, almost every single competitive team here uses the same wheels, same motor composition, typically gear trains and things like that. But you rarely see the same arm design this year, which
Yeah.
is really impressive. Because last year, all the arm designs looked really similar. No offense to any team that did have a similar arm design to each other. I'm just saying, like, it is always really fun to see really creative innovations.
Yeah, yep. Well, and that's where you'll start seeing, I think, a lot of separation from, the elite robots versus the ones that are not so much when the season moves on as they get arms
Yeah.
that stretch further and are more precise.
Yeah, but
You
one
know.
thing that you also have to keep in mind is sometimes losing in a competition is probably better than winning.
Well,
Because you do get to
oftentimes,
learn the most whenever you lose.
when you don't, it doesn't go quite right. A lot of times that stings a little bit more, so it does stick in the memory, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, like I recently took a chemistry test, and if I fail that, man, I'm certain I'm going to learn something.
Well said. All right, so final match for the morning bank. Up here, exciting times.
Just kind of decorating our little qualification.
And if
paper.
you do see the scrolling monitor near the exit door, that will have kind of your league ranking for the morning session.
We will also be putting them up after matches conclude.
Yeah, and that will also scroll above us on the main screen once this final match is done. Also, make sure to tune in this afternoon as the second half of the X-League will be competing this afternoon. So your league rank will change during the afternoon session. We do break the X-League into morning and afternoon sessions, so this represents half of the league this morning. Second half will get underway after the break. Please keep in mind, if you are in the pits, make sure you got your safety glasses on
I see you,
as you
Caleb.
clean up.
Come on, you got to put on your safety glasses, guys.
That's
And
right.
make sure to clean up your area
Yeah.
afterwards as we are moving out of here.
Yep, we will have other teams queuing up to come on in, so we do appreciate you being cognizant of that fact. All right, we're getting ready to start the final match here. Randomization underway. We,
All right.
We're on the right-hand side.
See a lot of teams moving out of the building now. We really are wrapping things up. That was a really close match, though. What do you think?
That was very exciting. You know, anytime you're close, going into endgame is exciting. And even, you know, honestly, those drones go land in the high scoring zone. Changes the whole complexity.
Yeah. And a really good thing about this competition is that even if you lose, you can be happy for the other team.
Absolutely. You're learning, you're having a good time. And we've got robots on the move on autonomous. Wow, red robot really zipping to
It
its
is
location.
a beautifully done autonomous.
Yeah,
Because any robot that can move that smooth, you can always expect to score well.
that's it. Tier 1.
Drivers,
All
pick up
right.
your controllers.
30 to 25 after the
3,
autonomous
2,
phase.
1.
Pretty close. Here we go.
33 now.
We're on the move. It's
All right,
interesting
let's
to
see
see
what happens.
how the human player is dropping pixels in a very specific location
Yeah.
for pickup.
Yeah, because when you think about it, the human players don't get that much love, but they are really important for these matches.
Well, I think they're going to be, you know, key, especially if you've got a situation where you've got a intake that operates more efficiently in one manner than the next, whether it's stacked pixels or side by side. Those are all important conversations to have with your alliance partner
absolutely.
and within your own team.
And remembering the rules of the competition, too, is really important. Because if you can't, like, figure out what to do, your whole team might suffer because of it, because of penalties.
Yep. See, the Red Alliance is edging out a lead, 39 to 29 right now. Oop. It just looks like the minions may have gotten some points on the backboard, narrowing the gap, 39 to 34.
Yeah, you always have to consider in this competition that it isn't that hard to catch up sometimes.
Well, that's why you get the, you know, the score. The minions have an arm that is operating at a pace that's not as rapid, but it seems to be very precise. The
Oh,
other thing,
yeah.
too, is you have to be patient with your alliance partner. Here, the Blue Alliance, waiting for their partner to place pixels on the backdrop. But tripling the points on the backdrop, definitely adding up to give the Blue Alliance a chance to keep pace with the red. 42 to 37 now.
Yeah, you do have to love how every single robot here works, because they are unique in their own way.
All right, drones are flying. Looks like both drones fell short of the landing zone. Let's see here. 10 seconds to go. Looks like we've got at least one robot
Blue Alliance seems to be in the lead.
doing a hang up.
Yeah, 75
Red Alliance trying to get over there quick. They got
52.
one. They just got it under the gun, tier 1.
Oh, wow.
Just in time. I don't know if both Blue Alliance robots, one got parked. That's going to be close.
It's going to be very close.
Again, drones falling just short of clearing the fence. It's going to make a big difference in the final here.
Absolutely.
75 to 77 in favor of the red. Let's see if there's any penalties assessed. Oh, scoring, live scoring coming in now, 87 to 75. It's going to be close. Let's see what happens.
It is always kind of painful to see the end part of the scoring, depending on what side you're on, because if you're at like 100 points, the other team's at 50, and you see them slowly climbing up, you just see beads of sweat on the team.
That's 100%. Right now is a tough time as these referees
Yeah.
are looking at
'Cause
tabulating
after-
penalties or having discussions.
Yeah, because before this, after scoring, Blue Alliance was in the lead.
Yep. And when your referees confer, you know that they are talking probably about either some penalties to be assessed or clarification on a score to see what scored or what didn't score. At this stage, you know, one penalty can make the difference.
Absolutely.
Well, as we wait the final scores, folks, we want to thank you once again for coming out to the Roboplex for X-League Meet number 2 morning session. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you supporting us. And let's get you the final score, the final qualification round for the morning session.
All right, let's see who won. It was Red Alliance that won that round with 86 to 75. Seems that driver controlled and autonomous was the lead decider in this.
Yep, that's it. You know, all those things count. So had one of those drones, though, landed for either team,
Yeah.
that would have made a big difference. So once again, thank you for coming out. We appreciate you. Please come out, volunteer to help us out next time after the new year. Get a hold of us, anyone at the concession stand or our coaching staff here at Marcus Robotics Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you already in attendance, we do have complete pizzas for sale if your team would like to buy a pizza. $15 over at the concession stand. Look for the lady with all the pizza boxes. Don't knock her down at once. $15 for a full pie.
Welcome to the Roboplex. If you'd like to grab a snack or anything, head down to concessions where you can grab either candy, chips, cupped snacks, I don't really know how to say those, or you can get a whole pizza for $15 and save yourself the trouble of ordering it and waiting for like 2 hours. Welcome to the Roboplex. If you are in the pits, please do listen to this. We need everyone here to wear safety glasses. Doesn't matter if you are a parent, student, someone's really little kid, you do need to wear safety glasses due to the fact that if anything pops off your robot, we don't want to be liable for your eyes or any part of you to get damaged. Thank you so much and have a good time. Oh, and do make sure that whenever you are preloading your robot, to wait until the fields are completely reset. That way, whoever's resetting the field doesn't have to look at your robots when recounting all the tiles, making sure that the hinge is working, things like that. Thank you. Welcome to the Roboplex. If you are wanting to do inspections, you can start going to that now. And we highly advise that you do not wait very long to do that, as lines do typically appear and it is hard to catch up once you are late. So please make sure that you go do that and have a really good time. Thank you. Hello. If you do not have safety glasses and are in the pit, it doesn't matter whether you're an adult, student, or small kid, We still need you to wear your safety glasses, so if you don't have any, go to concessions and you can buy some for like $2 to $3. They aren't that expensive. Much better than football tournaments, trust me. So please make sure that you get some, because later on in your competition, you will get penalized if you do not wear any. I don't know if that happens right now, but it is best if you don't take that risk. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Marcus Robotics Institute Roboplex. If you haven't been here before, welcome. We feel this is the premier dedicated robotic complex in all of North Texas, so we're happy to have you here for the X-League afternoon session, Meet 2. As you're getting settled in, please make sure you are wearing your safety glasses in the pits. So if you're not wearing your safety glasses, look at your coaches, look at your teammates across that pit table. If they're not wearing their glasses, just tell them to do so. In addition, we do live stream all of the meets here from the Roboplex. If you've got family and friends that you would like to have tune in or would like to watch you compete, we do have some QR codes placed around the Roboplex that you can scan and send. They can also go to YouTube and look up Roboplex competitions, and they can follow, subscribe, and keep up with the live stream in real time.
And if you are wanting a snack of some sort or even a meal, go to the concessions near the back where you can find candy, chips, even pizza. If you want a pizza, you can get a full pie for $15. So go please check that out.
And those are limited in supply, so don't know how many we got left, but once they're gone, they are gone. If you haven't queued up for inspection, please do so. We've got queuing up to the right of the entrance door for your tech inspection and your field inspection. If you haven't checked in at all, looks like we've got 3 teams remaining to check in. So if you have not checked in, please do get yourself checked in. We'll be starting as soon as everybody gets ready to roll, so happy to have you. We'd like to take 1 minute to thank our sponsors. For those who've been to the Roboplex before, you will notice we've made a few changes to the building. One of those you'll wait to see during the driver meeting. That'll be the big reveal. But we do want to thank our first Tech Challenge sponsors, First in Show Qualcomm.
And our FTC Center Stage is presented by RTX. So thank you, RTX and Qualcomm.
As with all of the robotic teams here at First, almost all of us are nonprofit. I don't know if any are for-profit, but we definitely are not here at the Roboplex. So we do want to thank our sponsors for sponsoring our teams as well as our facility. So we'd like to thank Integer Telecom,
Fidelity Investments, LISD,
Barclay Elevator Inspection,
Shriji International.
We'd like to thank the Redburn family for their generous donation.
We'd like to thank Eva.
Yep, Eva. That is the VR sports arena just up the street. They've been a fantastic sponsor.
We'd like to thank Austin Hope. They've been a huge help.
The United Collision Center is just down the road on 121, and if your robots get severely damaged during the meet today, you might even swing by there and see if they can handle some collision repair for you as well. K-Metz Custom Homes, Avatar Healthcare,
Michelle Wood Photography, and Dupree Designs.
Thank you so much for our sponsors. Once again, we do live stream these competitions, so look for the QR code that Coach Scott's holding up in the air. You'll see one over at concessions. You can just scan that with your phone and then share that with friends and family. You'll also see it on the walls of the Roboplex in various locations. So definitely share that live stream with your friends and family so they can observe and partake of the action here at the Roboplex.
You could turn it into an Easter egg hunt if you wanted, of course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are well into queuing. Most of the teams have engaged in the tech inspection and are queued up for the field inspection. If you have not, definitely get your bot and at least one team member, or if not two, over there for those inspections. Please keep in mind, safety glasses are required in the pits. So coaches, look at your team, make sure they're wearing their safety glasses. Teammates, look at your fellow teammates, make sure you've got your safety glasses on. This is not optional, this is a requirement. So please make sure you got your safety glasses. If you do not have safety glasses, you can buy some over at the concession stand. And I gotta be honest, most safety glasses are a fashion statement. So go ahead, wear them loudly, proudly.
One thing to keep in mind is if you're wearing prescription glasses or just normal glasses in general, they do not count as safety glasses. Or at least it's kind of like half and half. So if you're unsure if they will count, the concession stands also sell glasses coverings, like glasses coverings that will cover the sides of your glasses. So please keep that in mind for future events. All right, so we only have a few teams left that need to finish their inspections. If you need to check whether or not you do need to do that, you can go to one of the monitors near the front door or at the top screen next to where I'm announcing this, where you, where you can see who needs to do what. So if you are Bear Creek 2023, Blazing Bots, if you don't have all 3 of your inspections done, please go do that, because we would like to get this running before it becomes late. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have moved swiftly through inspections. Most teams are there. As I was visiting with several of you in the pits earlier this afternoon, we did come across an exciting STEM festival that the Syntech team is involved with. STEM Festival 2023. The Syntech robotics team will be involved with that. There'll be an expert panel discussion. There'll be some robotics competitions, experience first robotics journey. There'll be some opportunity to talk to about top colleges in the STEM field. Lunch and snacks will be available for purchase, and all proceeds do go to charity. That's going to happen tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2:30 at Lawler Middle School in Frisco, Texas. If you want more information, go track down the team over at Syntech to learn more about this excellent opportunity to be involved with STEM. Once again, welcome to the Marcus Robotics Institute Roboplex here in Flower Mound, Texas. We're excited to have you for the afternoon session of the X-League. For those of you who've been around, the X-League is one of many divisions for FTC here in Texas, specifically North Texas. We are a large league, so we do have a morning bank and an afternoon bank here, so 32 teams total make up the X-League. So as you are watching the scoring, you will see your score for the session, but also you'll see an indicator with the mark LR for league rank. That will also be indicative alongside your team number. For those of you who have family who couldn't make it today, do make sure you invite them to follow along with the live stream. We've got QR codes around the building you can scan and share. Also, if you just get somebody on the phone, they can go to YouTube and search for Roboplex competitions, and they can follow along live right there. My colleague Ella and I will be here providing you commentary during the afternoon, and we'd love to hear more about some fun facts. So if you'd have anything really entertaining that you'd want to share and get on the broadcast, just head on over to the snack bar, talk to any of our staff there. They'll get that message to us here in the booth.
Have fun.
That's it. It's all about having fun here at the Roboplex. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are less than 15 minutes away from randomizing our teams, I believe. Just a couple teams left for inspection. Once that is complete, we will randomize for today's actions. Before we get started, though, we do have some opportunities at the snack bar.
If you would like a pizza or any kind of snack, you can find that at the concessions where they have more snacks than I can name. And if you'd like a pizza, you can get a whole one for $15, and they are selling fast. So do consider getting one. And if you do need safety glasses as well, because I know for sure some of you in the pits are not wearing any. So if you'd like some or need some, go head down to concessions to buy a pair.
That's it. Safety first, folks. So make sure you are wearing your safety glasses in the pits. So
Yes.
coaches, make sure your team and your students are wearing glasses. And if you are on the team, look at your teammates. Make sure you're all wearing your safety glasses. We don't want to be part of any kind of story regarding a safety failure. So
We do not want to become a documentary, please.
that's it. Let's keep the action on the field. Let's keep it action on the field. For those of you who want to invite your family and friends who couldn't be here in person to watch, please feel free to send them to YouTube and look for Roboplex competitions. There they can catch the live stream. We stream these live, and they can catch it later too. Also, for those of you who want to maybe observe a robot from the morning session that you maybe competed with last time, those are also posted live. So you can go catch the morning bank of the X-League. So only half of the league's here right now. The other half was competing this morning. And we had several teams several alliances crack the 100-point barrier. So that's a good watermark to see how well you're doing. Get that triple-digit score. So strive to achieve triple digits today. Well, I hope everybody is in the festive mood. We've got some great music playing here to welcome you to Marcus Robotics Institute and the only dedicated robotics facility in North Texas here, the Roboplex. I always like to say, let's get ready to robot today. Here we go. So just a few teams left for field inspections. Once those are done, we will get the competition schedule out to you guys for the afternoon session of the X-League. We do have 2 teams that didn't make it, so it's going to be 14 teams here this afternoon competing for these qualifying matches. Keep in mind, the X-League is made up of 32 teams, so 16 teams already spent the morning competing, so you are going to notice your league rank is different than your daily rank, so pay attention to that during the afternoon. Also, if you do want to review the morning action, you can subscribe to Roboplex Competitions on YouTube and review our live stream so you can see some of those teams from the morning. You definitely want to pay attention to those teams that scored into the hundreds to see what they were doing to be successful. We do always like to see great technology shared amongst our teams. A couple safety items. You do? Okay. Just make sure you are wearing your safety glasses in the pits. This is not a suggestion. It is really a requirement. Later on, you may find yourself being asked to leave if you don't have them, and at bigger competitions, it will definitely be required. So just get in the habit of wearing your safety glasses. If you need some, check in with concessions. Now, if I could get everyone's attention, please. Pay attention to Coach Scott right here. He's got some things to say to y'all.
Hello. If you are interested in doing a driver's meeting, or, well, not if you're interested, you need to be at this driver's meeting, please come to the bleachers, or at least around the bleachers, to hear it. If you do come, you'll hear some good information, and you'll see a little surprise from McCluskey himself. So please come to the driver's meeting. It is not optional, it is mandatory. Thank you. Oh, can we do the Yellow Jacket tape announcement? Alright. Alright, so if you are just coming in here, there are a few things that we would like you to know. One of them is that if you look around you, there is Yellow Jacket tape on the ground. Those parts are sectioned off either for the match or for the people moving their robots around. If you are currently standing inside of the closed off Yellow Jacket tape spaces, if you don't mind, we would love it if you moved out of there, simply because if someone needs to move through there, it would be really inconvenient for both of y'all if there was like a whole thing that happened because of that. So just keep that in mind when you're moving around and or finding a place to sit or stand. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our qualification round number 1 is getting set up here. As you can see, we've got 2 fields of play here at the Roboplex. And we're going to start on field number 1, which is to your left. First round is going to be between Low Voltage and Syntech on the Blue Alliance up against the Jesuit Rangers and Broswell Engineering Robotics for the Red Alliance. Couple things to note. You are going to see a couple numbers off to the right. You're going to see a single number in a box. That is the rank for the afternoon's day. And then you're going to see league rank, the LR number. That's where they sit within the league. Keep in mind, half of the league already competed this morning, so they've already got points added to their totals. So you're going to see those numbers go up throughout the afternoon.
Do remember that it is always important to keep in gracious professionalism and to have fun. So please enjoy yourself, get a snack from concessions, find a good place to sit, and really enjoy this competition because I think you will really, really love it.
Well said, Ella. We're excited to have you here at the Roboplex, and we're going to get underway here in just a minute. A couple things to note for the game this year, if this is your first time observing this year's competition. It is called Center Stage. It's brought to you by RTX and our overall sponsor of the First in Show is Qualcomm. So those are our 2 First Inspires sponsors. This competition is based off of a theater set. That's why it's Center Stage. The middle part of that truss work is called a stage door. It does open one way only. You also have the backdrop where the black boards are. That's the backdrop. And then we've got backstage, which is the area at the base of those easels. If you want to get some pizza, there's some pizza left over at concessions, but it is kind of moving. So get on over there if you do want a snack before it is gone. I just got the word that they're running low. So if you want a slice of pie, get on over there to concessions. The human player for this year's match is actually on the opposite side of the field from our team. So their human player is on the opposite corner. So, for example, you see the Syntech team in their black shirts, and you'll see the human Syntech player kneeling on the opposite corner. Communication is a little difficult since they're across the field, so you may see some teams use sign language to communicate. Just like all FTC events, the first 30 seconds is autonomous.
Husky Robotics, we need you to go to field 2 as soon as possible. Again, that's Husky Robotics at field 2. Oh, I just got word that they're there. Sorry. Wish y'all luck. My bad.
That's one thing you'll notice. We have 2 fields of play here at the Roboplex, so as one gets underway, the second one is getting ready to go. At the beginning of the day, we actually get both fields ready to go. So the action is pretty much nonstop here at the Roboplex. We're going to randomize for field number 1. It's going to be in the center section, so you will see a little boxy section in front of the robots. Each robot has that in front of them. The randomization will dictate where that pixel or the team prop goes, and then the teams in the autonomous mode will have to follow certain directions based off of where that is to score the maximum points. We'll kind of go through those scoring things throughout the day here.
Absolutely.
But, autonomous can be up to 50 points, I believe, if they nail every aspect of it. All right, we're underway here in the afternoon session for the X-League. Looks like we got 2 robots on the move operated in autonomous.
1 parked and 1 went to their spike location.
21474 definitely landed in the right spot for those extra bonus points. That's the Syntech robot.
Ooh, yeah, I do love community teams.
Our live scoring will be indicating what the scores are throughout the match. Keep in mind, though, that there are some penalties that get
Drivers,
assessed
pick up your controllers.
at the end, and the end game points
3,
sometimes will get tallied
2,
at the end to
1.
make a big change in those final scores. All right, here we go. Human control underway.
All right,
Oh.
so you can see one of the Red Alliance teams has a conveyor belt as their gripper. And that's every robot here tends to have a really unique gripper, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think you're going to see several different intake devices, whether it's a kind of a vacuum sweeping intake device. You're going to see grippers. You're going to see arms that are on sliders. You're going to see arms that are on rotation. That's the most variable thing. Oh, I see parts flying off a robot. We got I think a Red Alliance robot there kind of losing some bearings and parts there on the field. See how they can operate with a few less parts than normal.
Yeah, big challenge with this competition is trying to maintain all your moving parts with your robot. Because you have to do 3 separate parts of this competition. You have to launch a paper drone, hang from a bar, and put really thin tiles on a board. It can be really hard to do sometimes.
Yep, I think that's a low voltage on the Blue Alliance team. They lost a few parts. That's a holiday bot, though. They've got some good holiday decorations on that bot.
Yeah, they're
so
making up for it.
maybe some goodwill will come from all their exposure there.
Absolutely.
As you can see, live scoring 12-9 here for the final end game section. The last 30 seconds of the game, we want to land those paper drones on the area close to the audience. Also, these robots are going to try to do a pull-up on the bar and get their thing. There goes a drone.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, it fell into the zone.
Hey,
May have been a little bit of fan interference on that, but we'll see how the judges score it. We did get some robots parked in the right locations. No one did a pull-up, though, for those bonus points.
Hey, they got close, though. I do love the bots that kind of had those linear slides and they kind of just pull themselves up instead of like kind of hook it.
Sure. Yeah.
It's always impressive.
Yeah, this morning session had some bots really get off the ground and
No, yeah,
hang well.
some go almost above the yellow bar.
If we get some to do the Iron Cross, maybe some flips and dismounts, stick the
Yeah.
landing.
Maybe some helicopters.
Absolutely. All right, qualification round number 2, folks. As we mentioned, the action continues. We've already randomized over there on that field. We're going to be on the right-hand side. So you'll see the referees move those, and they've already done it.
All right, up next we have Human Robotics team, Husky Robotics. Those 2 will be Blue Alliance, and on Red Alliance we have Kalisberg, RoboCats, and Iterative Intentions.
That could be an exciting alliance right there, that Red Alliance team, ranked 6th and 14th in the league at this point after the morning bank. Those are only going to go up. Iterative Intentions was a world qualifier last year, so let's see what they've got in store for us.
Yeah, go Jags.
Looks like their bot's wide base, low profile, so it's going to be passing through under
it
all
is.
the
I
truss
see what
work.
you mean.
We got a final from qualification number 1. Let's see what
who
the
won.
pixels reveal here.
All right. Red wins with a score of 28-14.
28-14, the end game, 10-point difference right there. Just about
Yeah.
made up that difference right there. So
Oh yeah, endgame is one of the most important parts of this whole competition if you can't make it up in the end game, there's hard chance you're going to win.
Well, in the morning session, we saw one alliance get 80 points in the end game alone.
Yeah.
So some big point category gains can be had in that final 30 seconds.
Yeah, be ready to see some triple-digit numbers here today.
Absolutely. Triple digits are going to be big.
Remember last year, this one bot scored around 200 points.
Yeah. Every year, you're going to get some good scores.
Yeah.
All right, we're underway on qualification round number 2 here on the field to your right. Hitter of intentions going to score. Let's see the reaction on their face if they get it right. Didn't quite land it in the right spot on the backboard or the backdrop.
That's all right. At least it's a start, you know.
Well, the bots are only going to get better from here on out, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's better to fail. That way you can improve. Because if you just stick with one design that works but isn't that good, it'll probably be worse. And
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Correct.
1.
Our tech in the booth was talking about the word iterate, so there we go. Hitter of intentions. Always looking to improve
and
each
make
time
puns.
around. And we got chuckleheads buzzing the booth here.
Yup.
All right, live scoring 34-26 in favor of the Red Alliance. They're all moving fairly well. We got one Blue Alliance robot that's kind of, looks like they might be, there they go, they're finally moving. I think they've got some communications going. I think they got a little communication problem, but it looks like they've got some movement going on.
We got a score on the backboard, I believe, unless it fell off. It's hard to tell from here, but I'm just going to say that they did, and I'll hope for the best.
Well, they probably at least got something in the backstage, if not
Yeah, it's a
backdrop.
win-win.
We did lose a blue drone. Looks like a Blue Alliance drone did get knocked off its track inside the system. It's laying on the floor.
Necessary sacrifices.
All right, 45 seconds to go. 42-30. Blue Alliance hanging tough, even though they're down a robot, it appears. That happens in this game, you know. Sometimes your alliance partner just has a malfunction, can't seem to quite get everything going. So
Yeah.
let's see what happens if the Blue Alliance can hang tough through the end game here. Maybe their partner can get parked, perhaps for points. Oh, there goes a Red Alliance drone for the end game. Don't quite see if it scored. It did clear the wall, but I don't know if it made a score.
Might have.
It did. Got in the second landing zone,
Nice. That's 20 points, right?
or first landing zone. No, second landing zone. Oh, okay, I get it. I see now.
You've got this.
All right. Well, that, according to our preliminary scoring, is our first triple-digit score for the Red Alliance in the afternoon session. That's going to go to show you as soon as that final scores up what that looks like as far as end-game scoring. Back over to field number 1.
We have CDA, Flower Mound, Texas, 1845, and then Marcus Detectives for the Blue Alliance. Then we have Flower Mound Firewall and Infinity Tech for the Red Alliance.
Yep, the CDA team's the Coram Deo team out of Flower Mound.
Good to know.
They've got a large squad. I think about 12 people on their team, and I think 7 or so are here.
Yeah,
so.
look at that gripper over there. It looks really impressive.
Yeah, they did talk to us early about what they got planned for.
Yeah, I remember
their
my
gripper.
team was actually looking at their gripper for a while. We're really impressed by it.
So somebody's mic is getting low. That's okay.
All right, we are getting ready for field number 1 action. Teams are getting their final instructions. We got a final from qualification round number 2. I got to tell you, things are getting really smooth here in this booth. Last year, we'd wait a long time to get these finals, but we've cleaned that up this year.
All right, it was red winning with 115 to 38. As you can see, that endgame score really does matter.
60 points in endgame. That's more than half their points in the endgame section. So landing that drone is big. As soon as teams dial that in to be more precise with that, we're going to see some pretty major scores going on.
Yeah, because it's really important to really be we just got our randomization in with the white pixel on the left spike. So be ready for that.
Here we go. Interesting to see the two
It's detectives and
the Flower Mound Firewall team has their pixel hanging on the side of their robot, which is interesting. Not sure how that's going to work.
all right, so we can see the autonomous.
Looks like the detectives is finding the spike mark, drops both pixels for
That'll
a score.
be 40 points, right?
I don't know if it's 40.
Well,
gonna
for
be
each one
it's gonna
that's
be
landed
great,
on
though.
the spike, isn't that 20?
Well, they got 40 so far, and then their alliance partner also is putting spike marks on the backdrop. The backdrop has some specific point categories as well.
Yes, they do.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. As you can see, the Blue Alliance got a big advantage during the autonomous, 53 points to 25. Now let's see how they do in the driver-operated section here.
Yeah.
Red Alliance dropping on the backdrop already.
Yes, and I'm sure you can hear our coach being very enthusiastic.
Well, McCluskey's known to have a big voice.
Absolutely.
You don't
which
see
can
him
be
with a
very
mic
good
on today.
thing.
Blue Alliance did lose a drone, though, early on. They got one hanging on the field.
Oh no. Well, it does happen a lot, sadly, because drones can be really unpredictable.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting drone holders out there where they actually have a little slot that the drone slides into.
Oh, yeah.
And
Some
it has
people are
an
really
over the wing holder. All right. There. You got a referee taking close eye over how the human players interact with the field. That is a safety issue where, we've got humans putting their hands inside the ring to drop pixels, and you've got to be careful with the robots racing towards you. So all our human players are very strict on what they can and cannot do.
Yeah.
The detectives are pushing a pixel into place.
Yeah, it seems that their gripper got pushed a little.
Looks like both teams, you can see the sign language, or a lot of the sign language and body language these teams have to communicate with their human player about, simply because it's maybe hard to talk over the sounds of everything. Blue Alliance launches a
no.
drone just short, smashes
And
into the wall.
Gripper has fallen off.
Detective's
But
gripper
it's
has fallen
okay.
off.
You can
oh.
actually
They are dragging that thing around. It's like a puppy dog on a leash.
walks.
Well,
walks
they're
anywhere.
just gonna park for points here at this stage. Red almost got
Almost.
that one in there.
Yeah, that's a big thing about paper drones is that unless you make them out of metal or some hard material, they will always be unpredictable.
Well, that's part of the engineering process, I think, of this Gears game, is how can you make a drone a little more predictable?
Yeah.
That'll be a big conundrum, but as soon as somebody solves it,
Yeah.
you'll can see these drones get a lot more accurate.
Yeah, maybe we could interview one of the chuckleheads, specifically one with green goggles, to see what his thoughts are on it.
Hard to get that one on a mic. He doesn't like to talk.
You sure?
All right, our preliminary scoring 67 to 28. We'll see what happens with the final. In the meantime, over on the other field, we are almost ready to go. It's going to be the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers and the Hebron Robotics team on the Blue Alliance up against the Shadow Bots and Low Voltage for the Red Alliance. Got a couple teams preloading and getting their final instructions from the head ref there.
Do you know why that one doesn't have a ranking?
Yeah, so you're going to see the Shadow Heart Cyber Tigers have no points. They probably did not compete in the first meet.
Oh,
my guess.
okay,
So
yeah, that makes sense.
occasionally teams can't make it to a meet, and they got an uphill battle after that, since they only
Yeah.
got 3 meets to gather points.
Hey, you always love an underdog, though.
All right, we got a final to post for you. Pixels
Right.
disappear, and what do we got, Ella?
We've got blue team won that round. The score of 67 to 38.
There we go. Marcus
So
Detectives.
Good job, detectives, and low voltage. Wait, sorry, not low voltage. So sorry.
Well,
do you know
Blue
which one
Alliance,
it
Blue
is?
Alliance partner. There we go.
So sorry to whoever team that was. I'm not good with names.
That's all right. They know who they are. As you can see, the LR league rank will go up for all these teams throughout the day. So,
Absolutely.
and the arrow will indicate how they're sitting for the day. Over on field number 2, we're getting final instructions. Randomization will be coming up in just a minute. There it is.
All right, so we have the white pixel or team prop on the right spike.
So, Ella, tell me about the team prop. What exactly is that?
So a team prop is typically just any red or blue like little prop that is used to indicate where a bot should go. While it may seem easy to integrate the different positions, it's actually really hard considering the fact that your robot, while it can have a camera, it doesn't really know what it's looking at first. You have to code all of it onto the robot.
Right, the team prop gives you bonus points if you
Oh,
choose
it
to
actually
use it.
it doubles it in autonomous.
So it's important to have that team prop.
Oh yeah, because even if you don't use it all the way correctly, it's better than nothing.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
You can just tape a box.
3,
and it'll
2,
work.
1.
That's it. And you'll see some simple boxes out there with the red and blue tape on them. All
Yeah.
right, we're underway. Human interaction, human driving. Blue Alliance on the move. Off to the human side, getting their signals. So some of these robots seem to have a pretty precise intake or gripper, and they're going to depend on that human player to guide them because the operators on the other side of the field may not be able to physically see it. So they're going to be 100% dependent on some hand signals from their human player.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why I feel the way that people drive the robot or how people code the driving mechanisms on the robot is so important. Because if your robot, it could have the best gripper in the world, but if it can't drive properly, it's never going to work.
That's right. Pixels scored on the backdrop get 3 points versus one that's just dropped in the backstage, which is 1 point. There are also bonus points that can be had if you can build a mosaic on that backdrop and start clearing those white horizontal lines.
Yeah.
So as you see those mosaics getting built, there we go. It appears the Blue Alliance is putting some points on the backdrop, or some pixels on the backdrop. Red Alliance appears to have one robot down. It's just not moving much. Don't know what's going on there. That's our bot from the first match. They're already back in action. You can see their little Santa hat hanging off the side there. And the decked out robot. I think all they wanted for Christmas was a robot that worked, but may have to have that happen for the next qualifying match. Well, it's tight, 13 to 12. We'll see what can happen. Oh, there we go. Red robot looks like it's back in action. He's doing his Johnny 5 spin. Blue Alliance trying to get into position, 4 seconds to go. One drone launch fell short of the landing zone.
And it just got into the place on time.
Important note, folks, your drones have to clear the truss work completely and the back wall of the ring and then land in those landing zones. The first landing zone closest to the arena is worth 30 points, the middle 20, the distal point 10. So the closer you can get to the ring, the more points you score.
Then up next for our fifth match, we have Flower Mound Firewall and Iterative Intentions as our Blue Alliance, and then Infinitech and Syntech for the Red Alliance. You gotta love how their names pretty much match.
It looks like a pretty evenly ranked match coming in, too.
Yeah.
Iterative Intentions has a league rank of 7, so they did really well the first meet. But for the day, they're all pretty tight between 3 and 13. So that's going to be a tight match there for
Yeah.
the Blue and Red Alliance for qualification round number 5 here. That's going to be on field 1.
How many teams does Flower Mound have?
I'm not sure exactly how many Flower Mound has, maybe 7 or 8 teams.
Oh
I know
my
they
gosh.
spread their teams around several different leagues.
Yeah.
So, you know, they've got guys in different zones. One thing Ella talked about earlier was gracious professionalism. So for those of you who don't know, that's a tenet of the First Tech Challenge and First Inspires overall. And as teams compete, you share knowledge, you grow everyone. And if you do have a question, there is a box, and you can see the Iter of Intentions team standing on that box that has a question mark. They will patiently wait for a referee to come and chat with them. And that's part of the gracious professionalism that we expect here at First Tech Challenge.
And one other thing that is almost just as important, because if you don't experience this, you'll probably be miserable the whole time. Just try to have fun during this competition. Get yourself a snack, get yourself a good seat, give your little brother a show to watch, that way you can watch in peace. Just do things like that to really make your time really enjoyable. With that said, here's qualification 5 of 18, where we have the white pixel on the left spike.
We've randomized the left side, so effectively all those team props, and if they don't use a team prop, it is a white pixel to go to the left side that they'll have to use autonomously. And we've got a final from round number 4.
All right, let's see what it is. All right, blue team won. The score of 34-7. You can really see how those penalties and endgame scores really matter.
Yep, 20 points for the Blue Alliance there. I hate it when I have to feed some child. Way to talk him into those snacks, Ella.
Match number 2. Is there, for getting the yellow on the board, but is it, I don't think there's a, no, so there's no score for getting in the wrong backdrop.
All right, so the next match is about to start. What are your thoughts about this lineup?
The lineup, which match are we talking about here?
Qualification 5.
Number 5.
It's right there.
Infinitech and Syntech, I think that's going to be a strong alliance. Flower Mound Firewall. Iter of Intentions is a world qualifier, however, so
Oh, yeah.
It's,
Their bots are always really clean looking.
I think you're going to see Syntech and Iter of Intentions really kind of showcase what they can do.
Yeah.
And both those bots are the ones that are moving. Oh, Iter of Intentions partner on the Blue Alliance also moving during autonomous.
Oh,
Their purple pixel is not on the spike mark, so they may not get that bonus point there.
actually, they are slightly on there.
Oh, they might be on there. All I have to do is touch
They
that
might
spike mark.
count it. You never know.
That might be on there. And so the Blue Alliance looking pretty strong during autonomous. Red only had one
Drivers,
team
pick up your controllers.
operating
3,
during the
2,
autonomous phase.
1.
Here we go, driver control. Let's see what happens. Let's see how that communication works between the human player and their alliance on the opposite side of the field.
You always got to keep in mind that sometimes your robot doesn't really like to move sometimes, but whenever it does, it always feels great.
Blue Alliance gripper on this robot here has a dual side-by-side gripper, which is interesting.
Oh, wow. Which one is it?
It's Iterative Intentions partner there. That's the Flower Mound Firewall team. So
Oh, 2,
Both
4,
out of Flower
5,
Mound.
6, 3. Can't wait to see how they use it.
Syntec doing a quick spin to get their arm in position. I don't see any drones on the field, so that's good. You do have some collisions, though. These robots have to cross to the opposite corner to go get pixels for things. And there we go. There's a collision right in the middle where both robots are going for the same spot. It's hard to navigate through the truss work sometimes. You can see a robot there kind of getting stuck there on the blue alliance, it appears. The Flower Mound Firewall having a little trouble kind of getting moved around. We're at the end game. 26-6 is our preliminary score in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, oh, just dropped a pixel. Just missed getting it into the backdrop. Blue Alliance launches a scoring drone and a second scoring drone. That's going to be huge points for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah,
Both
40
drones
points total.
appear to be in the middle. Yeah, that's going to be 40. Now we're going to see if anyone can hang from the bar.
Ooh, this part's always really hard to watch.
Here we go. Iterative Intentions trying to get the robot off the ground. They got it. They got it.
Good job, Iterative Intentions.
Wow, that's going to be a big score at the end. That's probably our first triple digit of the afternoon session.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Well, we'll see if any penalties come into play, but penalties do not take your score down. They only add to the opposite. So I think we're pretty confident we're going to have our first triple digit score of the day for the Blue Alliance here on field number 1. Field number 2, randomization is going to go to the left side. If you see the graphic on your screen, you see those 2 pixels dropped on the left side of the backdrop. That's how you're going to score some bonus points during autonomous. For qualification 6, it is going to be the Callisburg Robocats with the Jesuit Rangers up against the Shadowbots and the Coram Deo team, 1845. Coram Deo team, great first match as they find themselves looking at first place this afternoon. Callisburg, second place on the opposite side of the field. The Shadowbots in 4th and Jesuit in 5th. So this is going to affect where they rank for sure. This is a high caliber early round qualifier right here.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, 5. Going to be tight. We got 4, 5 for the league ranking here too. So
I wonder who's number 3.
well, we'll find out. It's going to bounce around all day.
Yeah, maybe it's the people in the Santa hats. You never know.
That's possible.
Santa. What's the 3 Musketeers? The 3 Santas?
Not familiar with the 3 Santas.
Well, I mean, like 3 Musketeers, but how would you add Santa to that?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe you just kind of nominate a couple of the reindeer to stand in and put a hat on them.
Yeah.
Got some referees conferring over here in field number 1, trying to get some scoring done.
Gotta say, this is a lot less stressful than archery competitions. Let me tell you, those things are horribly paced.
All right, we're clear in field number 1. We'll get the rest moved over to field number 2 to keep the action running, folks. Got a final for qualification round number 5. Let's get that posted for you right now. As the pixels clear.
Blue team wins. The score of 107 to 22.
There
As
it is.
you can see, endgame really mattered in this one, including penalties.
100%, 65 points in the end game. We saw 80 points in the morning session, so and that's not even the most you can do. So you can get teams that can do 100. So here we go. All right, we're underway in field number 2. Action is nonstop here at the Roboplex. We got 2 robots on the move, one red, one blue during autonomous.
Oh, you see that one doing a really fast turn and possibly dropping it onto the board.
It looks like it's trying to read the April tag there to find the right
Yeah.
location. Or
If
he's
it can
just
do
parking.
that, I mean, if it can do that, that's super impressive.
I think they're just parking.
It is interesting, though, if you look at it. It's using a conveyor belt, not a
Drivers,
Right.
pick up your
yeah, that's
controllers.
interesting indeed.
3,
I suggested that to my
2,
team. They never
1.
Well, if they see it, if it's successful, you know, sometimes it needs to be shown, not seen. All right. 13-5 in favor of the Red Alliance as we kind of just get started here. But you can see the Blue Alliance looking to drop some pixels on the backdrop. Pixels scored on the backdrop are worth 3 points
Oh.
versus 1 point if it's
Oh,
on
the
the
drone was accidentally launched.
backstage. Yeah, Blue launched their drone the wrong direction by accident, so
It happens. It's okay.
that's
But-
all right.
Yeah, it always adds a little bit of excitement. I just hope that
It
their
ap-
bot is able to move that
It
way.
appears that blue robot may be
Stuck.
DOA right there. Oh, he's finally getting out of the way. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Oh, man, they banged that backdrop and launched their pixel off, and it actually scored in the red zone into their backstage.
Hey, you make a day, you ruin a day, you know.
Well, you know, you can penalize yourself in this game as you knock pixels off of that backdrop. You can go from 3 points to 1 point or 3 points to no points. Or in this case, it rolled to the backstage of the other alliance. So
Absolutely.
that was actually a 4-point swing. So yeah, it is interesting. You can watch all sorts. That's what the big variety is, Ellie. You're 100% right in the intakes and outtakes of these pixels. All right, let's see for endgame what we got going on. I know we've got one blue drone that's already fired. Let's see if the red fires any drones. There's one, and it scores. One red drone scoring. Looks like the Blue Alliance
Alright,
is trying
in
to
the
get
10-point
a couple of
zone, too.
robots doing the pull-up. There we go. Blue Alliance, one's hanging. Red Alliance trying to get one off the ground. It's got 5 seconds to go. Other Blue Alliance robot trying to get there. Wow, both Blue Alliance
Alright.
robots.
That was very close.
He was hanging. I don't know if he was actually in the air when the bell rang. He's got wheels on the ground now, but he was in the air. If he was while the final bell rang, I don't know if that's going to count. Referees are going to confer, figure that out.
If you want to watch the replay of that, you can go to YouTube and go to the Roboplex Competitions channel to watch the live. if you'd
Keep
like
in mind,
to.
our referees here do not engage in replay, so they're going to make a call on the field. We are like old school NFL. Humans make the call, no replay for scoring.
Absolutely, I agree.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
it.
not to cause any confusion with that.
Over on qualification round 7 here on the field number 1, we've got Marcus Detectives and the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers on the Red Alliance up against Husky Robotics and Braswell Engineering for the Blue Alliance. All right, let's see if our Detectives robot got put back together in between matches. I can't quite tell. Ella, does it look like their arm is on there, or has it been removed?
Their arm has been removed, as far as I can tell.
Yep. They were dragging that thing around. Results? All right, we got results from qualification round number 6. Blue Alliance, the big win over there, 65-51. So that end game, pretty critical. That 15-point difference did make the difference. It would have been 50-51. That drone landing, big score for them. Big score. All right. You will see that the teams are able to preload 2 colored pixels with their bots and their paper drone prior to the game starting. They can place those pre-placed pixels on the spike mark that's determined by randomization for bonus points. And then in the end game, if their drone is still on board, they can fire that drone over the truss and then over the wall towards the audience, and if it lands inside those white boxes, there are bonus points to be had.
Yeah.
And those can be huge. 30-point bonus if they can land in the field nearest the field, 20 for the middle landing zone, and 10 for the one closest to the audience.
How do you think this match is going to play out?
Hard to say how it's going to play out. You know, the detectives on their first match lost an arm. They were dragging it around, and it appears that they've removed it. So they're going to be a push bot, I'm guessing, for pixels.
Yeah.
So that kind of does inhibit their ability to score.
Speaking of pixels, qualification 7 of 18, we have it placed, the randomization placed on the right spike on the field. So we have
Right.
that completed right before the round is about to start.
The right spike mark indeed.
All right, so we can see that no robots are moving. Okay.
All right, well, the autonomous,
Sometimes that happens, you know?
it does. I mean, when you have, when you're dragging your robot around for the first match, you may have to make some changes. And here we go. Also, during the season, you're going to see more and more autonomous come into play.
Yeah. Oh,
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go.
let's see what happens.
Well, the Red Alliance did
Oh.
launch a drone early.
They're trying to play dodgeball with it. It's all
It
right.
doesn't count till the end game, so let's see what happens. The detectives did modify for push bot activity, so they're just going to try
I mean,
to
it-
rapidly
push it
move
shall.
pixels into the thing. Now you are able to push 2 at a time, I believe. So if they could get 2 pixels swept up, they could deliver 2. But it might be faster and more efficient just do 1 at a time. Oh, it looks like
Oh.
the detectives lost their drone now too, as they are moving around rapidly. Whoa. Right now, though, the Red Alliance does have a 12-2 advantage so far, even
However,
though
they
they've
are
lost both their drones.
blocking the Red Alliance home base right now, so that's an issue.
Yeah, that's going to be a hang-up, I think, in this game. You're going to find that sometimes robots are trying to move and just kind of get stuck in the way. There's a robot just can't seem to get grip on the floor, Blue Alliance robot. They're going to have to get back to this side of the truss to fire that drone, though, if they want to use that. Red Alliance still holding an advantage. They just parked another one into the backstage, and the detectives lost their alliance marker there as well. Last 30 seconds. I think the Blue Alliance does have an advantage here because they've got, I think, the opportunity to fire some drones where the red is plumb out. Detectives quickly going to hang to get their bonus points, and they're off the ground.
They
and
are
they're just
fully
going to wait.
hung.
They're going to wait, take those bonus points.
Yeah.
Let's see if the Blue Alliance can get a drone fired. They got one robot parked. I don't know if that robot does have a drone. Time's up. No drone fire. I think the Red Alliance is going to hang on to win this one.
Yeah.
So
You
you're
never know, because at first it was 12-2, and now it's quite the opposite.
yeah. Well, it just goes to show, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Take a win, you take a win. A W is a W. All right, on field number 2, we're queuing up qualification round number 8.
We have Jesuit Rangers, low voltage for Blue Alliance, and then we have Flower Mound Firewall and Callisburg Robocats for the Red Alliance.
That's it. And this afternoon session, Callisburg is holding the number 1 rank, so we'll see how they hang with that. League rank number 3, so that's a top-tier team right there. They don't lose too much, so we'll see how they pan out. They got a pretty interesting-looking robot with a double slider.
Mm-hmm.
They got the red and silver look.
Oh yeah, some bosses here are really, really beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for, the clunky bots versus the attractive bots. So, but you take a win, you take a win.
Hey, robot positivity,
And we got a final from round 7 to come and share with you.
All right.
Clear the pixels.
Red wins with a score of 35-9.
There it is. They got 30 points from end game and penalty.
There's a lot less cheering than I thought there would be.
That was the difference right there. So doing the chin up and getting parked paid off.
Yeah, it really shows that being fit is a great thing.
Hey, Erica, can you grab that red Alliance marker out of the field of play there? Inside the field, that's the detectives. There it is. We got a randomization for qualification round number 8. It'll be the left side. Spike mark, left side. Here we go. We're underway. Callisburg RoboCats
Moving right
on the
along.
move, and their partner also on the move. Looks like they're going to place those pixels on the correct spike mark. RoboCats actually looking to score pixels on the backdrop as well. Their Red Alliance partners is kind of parked out there in the middle. That's strange. Didn't appear that the Blue Alliance robots were involved in autonomous. So Red Alliance has got an advantage
Drivers,
heading into
pick
human
up your
control,
controllers.
20-0.
3, 2, 1.
All right. Let's see how we go. There's that conveyor belt robot again on the Blue Alliance. Well, Blue Alliance
Yeah.
partner just launched their drone a little early. And somebody dropped a pixel on the ground there. They're trying to intake it. There they go. Up into that kind of conveyor belt system. Looks like maybe three conveyor belt systems to get that pixel up into the scoring position.
Yeah, it can be really hard to score with this kind of scoreboard, you see. Because it's almost like one of those fair games where they make it look really easy, but whenever you look at it closely, it's actually quite hard to keep those pixels on, because one little hit against the board, it all falls down.
Yeah, I tried to get goldfish for years at those carnivals and never really came home with the prize. But we do have a Red Alliance extending their lead 49-9 as the human control element comes halfway through its session.
Hey, we might see triple digits this time.
We'll see. The end game is going to be big for the Red Alliance to get into the triple digits. They appear to have both their drones. I don't see any red drones on the floor. I do see one blue drone on the floor, so we'll have to see how they can score, if they can score. Oh, no, the Blue Alliance has bashed their backdrop. I saw some pixels spill into into the back wall. That's what we talked about earlier. You're penalizing yourself when you do that. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. We're hitting end game. Let's see what happens. There goes a red drone, too far, out of range, no score for that one. Let's see if the other red drone has other Red Alliance partner fires a drone. I don't see one. Let's see if he's going for the chin up. We got 10 seconds to go. There's one Red Alliance robot, looks like the Callisburg robot. Also, one Blue Alliance robot going to try to hang. 2 seconds to go. Blue Alliance, I think, got it. Red Alliance did not. Let's see if the referees do give the Blue Alliance credit. They were in the air, I think, when the bell rang, but they are back on the ground. Qualification round number 9. On your right, folks, the action is rampant. We are running at a breakneck pace. We've already got randomization in the center over here. Only two of the robots, one of each alliance, does have a custom prop out there. So we'll see if those bonus points come into play. It's going to be Braswell Engineering and Sacred Heart on the Blue Alliance up against Infinitech and the Coram Deo team from Flower Mound on the Red Alliance. Infinitech is a middle school team out of Shadow Ridge. Coram Deo is a private academy here in Flower Mound. And Braswell traveling all the way from Aubrey, Texas to be here. And Sacred Heart also traveling from Munster, Texas. The X-League does reach distal parts of North Texas. All right, they're clearing field number 2. We're going to get started over here in field 1 as soon as our referees are in position. And we got a final for
Seems red team won.
Red team
with
held
a
on.
Score of 79 to 29.
There we go. Even though
That
The Blue
autonomous
Alliance.
really paid off.
the autonomous was huge for them, 45 points. You know, you can come back from a autonomous deficit, but it does make it a little more difficult. As you can see, Callisburg holding on to that #1 position for the day and #1 in the league. One important thing is all these league meets are competition only. Another huge component of this sport is your notebook and the awards category. So a lot of these teams
Absolutely.
will be competing for that, as that is another way to progress in this competition. All right, we're underway here in field #1. Looks like we got 2 robots operating in autonomous.
All right.
And
You
we've
see
got
one's attempting to score and trying to park.
the Red Alliance scoring 20 points, it appears. Blue Alliance at 11 for the autonomous stage so far.
Drivers, pick up your
I'll
controllers.
say it is a bit hard to tell what's
3,
going on
2,
whenever your
1.
whole field is a bit flipped on where they need to go.
Yeah, well, you know, your human players on the other side of the field, so there's very interesting dynamic on how that communication goes along.
Uh-huh.
And these robots navigating through the truss work, whether they go underneath the triangular section, underneath the vertical sections, it's proving difficult. Oh, somebody fired their drone early, a Blue Alliance drone fired by accident. I have a feeling a lot of these drones have a fairly mechanical launching mechanism that might get bumped or whatnot during competition that triggers that firing.
Yeah, a lot of the times people try to use rubber bands. Well, rubber bands are good for storing a lot of that kinetic energy, or potential energy technically. If you bump it, there's a huge chance of it just flicking.
Yeah.
And then, whoops, your whole drone is gone. So there's always a risk involved with that.
Yeah. I wonder if your precision can be a little stronger if you have a wheel-based operating motor-driven launcher.
Yeah, the issue is that fitting that motor on can always be a bit difficult.
The Braswell engineering robot has, it appears it has to go through the triangular section of the truss, so they've got some extra steps to get through to kind of get to the end. It's 40 to 17 in favor of the red as we hit the end game here. Oh, Blue Alliance launched a drone. It's just a little short. Red Alliance launches. Hey, it looks like they're going to score. That'll help the Red Alliance expand their lead. Let's see if anybody can get into parking zones or in place for the chin-up here. Looks like the Red Alliance are competing for one spot together to try to get there. They better pick one robot to go do it. There they go. One robot hanging just in the nick of time. Well, Red
Always
Alliance.
impressive.
Red Alliance might crest the... We'll see if they get any other points in endgame or penalties to push them over the triple-digit mark. But triple digits is going to be the, you know, the cream of the crop here for league meet #2 for the X-League.
All right, do we have any fun facts for Q number 10?
Any fun facts for Q number 10? What teams have we got here? Got
We
the
got
Marcus Detectives and the Shadow Bots up against Syntech and Iterative Intentions. Well, Syntech, I know. We've got some conversation with those guys as we came into the thing. But let's talk about the Detectives. I spoke to them. They're working on working on their arm. I think they're going to have to continue to work on that. And they were fully functional all phases. And for those of you who don't know, my collaborator here on the mic, Ella, just celebrated her birthday. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
December
Nah,
birthday, huh?
What?
December birthday.
No, it was November.
Oh, November. Okay. Still a holiday birthday is always
Yeah.
fun.
And I recently made a robotic part for the Detectives, and it was a total bust. It was way too big. They
Happy
they had to completely throw it away.
Merry Christmas. Okay. Round 10. or qualification scores for round 9 coming up here.
A red won. The score of 68 to 37.
All right, still did elusive triple-digit score, but strong statement for the Red Alliance on that match.
Absolutely.
We're ready for number 10 over here. All right, we're getting loaded. We got the Blue Alliance made up of the Marcus Detectives and the Shadow Bots up against Syntech and Iterative Intentions. It's going to be a tall order for the Blue
Absolutely.
Alliance. Iterative Intentions is a strong team, and Syntech's been performing well today. Detectives already lost an arm, so we'll see if their luck carries through. They won their last match with one arm down. You know the phrase, I could take you with one arm behind my back.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's see if the Detectives can do it.
Maybe if they become arrogant enough, maybe it'll work out.
Well, it's all about that end game, I tell you, in a situation like that. Let's see if they can keep their drone intact and score that. That could be what takes them over the top.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody forgot their prop, but it just got tossed into the play. So there we go.
We're rearing towards the end here, actually. Well, we're at least halfway done.
Yeah, we are over halfway through the afternoon action here. Randomizing for round number 10. I do want to point out our Detectives, entirely run by girls here on this competition side of the team here.
Yeah.
Randomization on the right-hand side. We got a question on a team prop to make sure it's proper. It is. Iterative Intentions, always wearing those entertaining hats. We've got the Peppa Pig hat rolling for the
And
Iterative Intention team.
one important thing that I've been notified is that we are running low on pizza at the concession stands. So if
Oh,
you'd like
well.
some, then go down and get some.
Go get pizza. Do it now. All right. We're underway. All 4 robots moving in autonomous. Let's see how we score it here. Looks like the Red Alliance so far, 20 points. See if the Blue Alliance gets any points on parking and scoring. We'll have to wait and see here what the judges indicate. But 45 points for the Red Alliance. That's huge. That's going to be tough to overcome. 50 points. Dang near
Drivers,
perfection on
pick
the
up your
autonomous now.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
I already know the Detectives has their hands full because they're short an arm, unless they're able to repair it in the last break. But does not appear to be the case as they are pushing pixels into position. So they're going to have to push a lot of pixels and do it fast. So they're going to have to get their human player to get their pixels in the right spot so they can sweep, turn, and move. There they go. They're able to push 2 pixels at once, though, so they can double score if they pick up 2 at a time.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to have to be fast on the draw. Oh, they lost. They kind of threw them all over the place. So they just kind of go back and start again.
Oh, it kind of rolled a bit.
59 to 4. They got a tough road here. Let's see if the Shadow Bots can pick up some of the slack here and help the Blue Alliance catch up with that Red Alliance dominating lead of 59 to 6 now. Red Alliance got both robots over in their scoring area trying to put stuff on the backdrop. Let's see if that elevates their score. I can't quite tell if we've got drones still packed for the Blue Alliance. That's going to be critical for them to come back. They're going to have to get those drones scored. Which means they got to be on this side of the truss. Those drones have to clear the truss and the back wall and then land in those scoring zones. So 42 seconds to go. Let's see what we can do here. 67 to 10 in favor of the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance out there sweeping up more pixels, trying to push them on over. Oh, there's a collision. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance kind of got collided up there. Now it's hard to kind of get those pixels back into position. There they go. Blue Alliance puts a couple more in the backdrop. It's 13 to 67 with 20 seconds to go.
Oh, and
See
you
if we get any
see
drones firing.
Detectives are trying to hang right now.
Detectives appear to be hanging. Can't tell if they're off the ground or not. I'm looking for body language on what we can do. I'm hearing some hollering. We got Red Alliance. Looks like, whoa, I think somebody launched a drone deep into the crowd.
Oh,
All right. Looks like they got shook off on the Red Alliance hanging. Detectives definitely look like they're hanging above the ground. They got some points. I don't think it's going to be enough to pull out a win after that autonomous and even the human-controlled section.
I mean, yeah, if you look, they have triple-digit score.
Red Alliance at triple digits. Hard to beat. I think we had one, maybe two matches in the morning session where we had both teams in the triple digits.
Yeah, I remember that. It was incredibly close.
Yeah,
It
I
was
think
a
it was
2-point
just.
difference.
I think it was just one. All right,
Oh, yeah,
back
it
to
was
the
one.
action over here on field number 1. Who do we got, Ella?
On field number 1, we have Husky Robotics, Flower Mound Firewall, Hebron Robotics Team, and Braswell Engineering Robotics Team.
All right, Hebron and Braswell representing the Red Alliance, where Husky and Firewall on the blue. And we got a final for round number 10.
Red won. They score of 101 to 37.
There it is, that triple-digit score. Pretty strong.
That autonomous really paid off for them.
Autonomous is going to be huge. All these teams are going to start getting higher and higher autonomous scores as those programmers start dialing in how they can maximize their points.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, it does come into play when you have your alliance partner. Communication, you may have to have a backup plan so you can delay your robot a little bit so the other one can get into position and score on their spike mark and then get out of the way, you know. Or your robot have to score and maybe pass through the middle section so you don't interrupt the score of your other partner. So that'll become a play down the road.
Randomization, where the white pixel is going to be placed on the left spike.
For the next round, number 11, left side randomization.
All right, let's see what they do.
Here we go. We don't have to wait long.
Just make sure that you are not standing in the yellow jacket tape area because there are people that do need to go through there. So just double check that you are not in that area.
Both Red Alliance robots are moving during autonomous. Can't quite tell if they got the bonus scores by dropping their pixels on the right spike marks, but we will find out what the judges and the scorekeepers do. Looks like the Red Alliance did score well, 20 points during autonomous. Neither one of the blue robots
pick up your controllers.
had motion.
3,
So 45
2,
points for the Red Alliance during
1.
autonomous. Again, 50. All right, again, big score during autonomous. All right, let's see what happens during driver control section here, Ella.
All right, let's see what happens.
All 4 robots on the
Yes.
move.
We have one robot that's getting caught on the truss, which is pretty expected due to how crazy this whole place is made up.
Yep, that's that robot that's too tall to go through. It has to go through the triangular section of the truss to get out. So that's going to be
Absolutely.
problematic for that robot. I bet they go through a couple of design changes to make
Yeah.
that work. We have a blue robot out there that's trying to push some pixels. It just can't seem to get a good push on them. Also appears they may be too tall to go through the truss except one time through the stage door. I don't know if they can get back through. 53-2. Not a lot of change since the autonomous section. We're just trying to push a few pixels here and there.
Yeah.
I think you're going to start seeing a lot of improvement during the driver control section as these drivers and gunners and coaches and human players get more time together in competition to get their communication skills down. Looks like we do have one Red Alliance that did lose a drone out there, so that will be an opportunity lost. We've got 10 seconds left in the driver control section. Both Blue Alliance teams, I believe, still have their drones, so there could be a chance for both those teams to score with those drones. All right, last 30 seconds. Here's the in-game portion we're always curious about. Oh, one Blue Alliance team trying to get through that stage door, but they're in danger of losing their drone. They're kind of in the way of their partner trying to get to their point. There we go, blue zone, 30-point drone win, 20-point drone
20
for the Red
points.
Alliance. Let's see if anybody can do a chin-up or get into a parking spot for bonus points.
Yeah.
Blue Alliance trying to do both.
I do love that part of the competition where you get to see them launch their drone, because one little launch could win them the whole game.
Well, 30 points for the blue. Red Alliance had the pressure on them after that 30-point launch, and they came through and scored a 20.
Yeah.
So, I think you're going to see those drones start scoring more and more as they will find ways to be more precise with those. I understand they are paper airplanes, but they're going to figure out ways to increase their odds of scoring with those drones.
Totally agree. When is the next robotics competition? Do you know?
It's going to be January. It'll be after the new year. And that'll be meet number 3 coming up for the X-League right here at the Roboplex. January 6th.
I will not be able to go to that, sadly. So.
Yeah, that'll be the 6th of January, the final league meet. And then we'll have regionals here thereafter. Up next, field number 2, qualification 12 of 18. We got the Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers partnered with the Callisburg RoboCats, currently ranked number 1. Up against Syntech and the Marcus Detectives of the Red Alliance.
Woo.
So,
Okay, so we have the Cats against the Techs.
that's it. Cats versus Techs. Here we go. Cyber Tigers, RoboCats, Syntech, Detectives. All right, well, I don't know. I think my money might be on Cats on this one, but we'll see what pans out. And we got a final.
Red team won with a score of 88-39.
Yeah, that big drone score for those guys at the end definitely helped keep them in control.
Yeah.
Although their 50-point autonomous would have won the whole thing, but
Yeah.
the end game was big. You can see that's where the bulk of the Blue Alliance scored their points. So you can get heaps of points in each phase of the game this year. All right, randomization for this is going to be on the right-hand side. So as you can see on your screen, they can put points on the right side of that backboard and or drop them on that right spike mark.
All right, so we can see that Autonomous just started. Let's see what they do. You can see one robot is attempting to score, and let's see if it does it. I can't see it from here, sadly, but I believe that they scored. I may be wrong, though.
It looks like they got the pixels on the right spike mark, perhaps? I'm
Well,
not
one
100%
tried to
sure.
score on the board, so.
Oh.
Drivers,
So the colored
pick up your controllers.
pixels that you have at the beginning, purple and
3,
yellow, you can get
2,
points if you put the purple
1.
on the right spike mark and the yellow in the correct spot on the backdrop.
Yes.
It's 10 points for each one, total of 20, but that doubles if you did use a team prop. So that's 40 points that you can get for dropping the pixels in the right locations.
Yes, there's a huge incentive to using that.
And you get points for parking in the right location as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that during Autonomous, you might be able to figure out how to go pick up pixels from the white piles as well, and you can score those on the backdrop for more points.
Oh yeah, like if you had a robot that was short enough, you could just kind of sweep in some, go to the board, go back, sweep some, just keep on going.
Drop your pixels in the right spot, go drop them on the backboard, then zip over, grab some, drop them in the thing, and then park. We're going to see that. Uh-oh, looks like we lost something over there. A part of a robot over there.
It's just cardboard. It's okay.
Just a cardboard part of a robot, Ella says. No big deal. Closing in 15? Concessions will be closing in 15 minutes, so you want any snacks, anything from concessions, 15-minute call. All right, there we go. There's a blue drone. Oh, just fell short. Red Alliance trying to get into the parking zone. 14-5. This is a very tight match. There goes another drone. 15 seconds to go. We got some coaches yelling instructions. There we go. We're trying to get robots hanging here. We got 10 seconds. 8. We can get these robots hanging on the red alliance. It's going to make it tight. They're close. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. All right. Can't quite tell if that blue one is off the ground. It's going to be close. Right now, it looks like 41-25 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We'll see if there's any penalties that come into play. Up next, qualification round number 13 of 18. It's going to be Infinitech and Low Voltage on the Blue Alliance up against Husky Robotics and the Shadowbots for the Red Alliance. All right, our head rests, and they're taking a quick count, making sure our points look right. Meanwhile, on field number 1, we're preloading our purple and yellow pixels. Infinitech for the day, ranked number 9 with Low Voltage at 12, and the Shadowbots 5th with Husky Robotics 14th for the day. So I think we've got a pretty competitive match here coming up. Interesting wheels we've got on one of these bots. Can't tell if those are mechanism wheels or just straight up forward and backward numbers.
Oh yeah, the Shadowbots, they are using very similar wheels, just like a slightly smaller size.
They are mechanism, but smaller.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe not the same, like, company, you know?
Right, well, it's okay as long as they have the strafing capabilities.
And here's the final. Seems that blue wins this one. They score 42-25.
Very, very tight.
Near the end, especially.
That moves 15, team 15877 into first place. That is Callisburg, I believe, hanging. Yep, they've been hanging at 1 kind of all day, so they just keep the streak alive.
Randomization just came in. The white pixel will be on the right spike. So be on the lookout for that.
Good indicator of a team that's got autonomous is going to be that team prop being used. I can't tell if we got a red one over here for the Shadowbots or not.
We do.
All right, so my bet would be you're going to have at least 2 teams operating during autonomous here on this one. We'll have to wait and see. Well, and there's a team walking by, and they've got a part in hand, not connected to their bot. Never a good sign. Just a good sign for their mechanic to get to work. We've got a guest in the booth, Colin from the Detectives. How you doing, Colin?
Pretty good. Just chilling.
Would you like to speak to anyone, Colin? You sure? All right. All right, so we can see that autonomous has just started.
There we go.
Let's see who moves.
Shadowbots on the move.
Ooh, doing a fun little spin.
That's it. You know, those programmers
Hey,
add a
it's
little
good
bit
progress.
of pizzazz like that just to, you know, intimidate the other robots.
Yeah, it's their intimidation dance.
That's it, man. You make that move like that.
See a robot in the wild do that, you'd run immediately, right?
Oh, 100%, man. If I see a robot do a pirouette, I think I might have to run.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't appear that pirouette did any scoring for them. So we'll see if it does provide any kind of incentive for their team to score better during the match. All right.
Totally agree.
All right, now we got a lot of robots running around with no scoring going on as of yet.
Maybe they're just figuring things out.
Red
you know?
Alliance is now going to drop one either on the backdrop or in the backstage area. Let's see what happens there. Blue Alliance trying to corral some pixels and get them brought over. And still no live scoring yet, so that might change here. We're one. Red Alliance finally got one. And Blue Alliance, I see, just pushed one into their backstage, so we should be 1v1 here. We're getting some movement happening. 30 seconds left in this driver-controlled phase. There's 2 pixels hanging there, waiting for the Red Alliance to push them into position. There we go. Blue Alliance, grab those 2, see if they can get them into their backstage area. It looks like they just did. They may have 3 points going there now. This one's going to be tight.
Let's see what happens.
Yep, we're just trying. We got all push bots here. It doesn't appear we have anybody. There's one with an arm, but they don't seem to be picking anything up. That might make the difference. And we're 3 seconds away from endgame. Let's see if we can get some drones. There's one fire that just didn't get up in the air, and then just got crushed by their partner. And they got Blue Alliance parked for points. I can't see any Red Alliance robots if they're parked there or not. They're both in the middle of the field, maybe trying to get into position to hang. They got 10 seconds left to see if they can get into position to do that chin up. 2, 1. All right. Well, that was a lot of moving robots around. Not a lot of scoring on that one. But we do have one alliance that will come out a winner. It appears the Blue Alliance is in the catbird seat at 17-1, but we'll wait and see what the final score comes through at. Meanwhile, qualification round number 14, over there on field number 2, we've got the Coram Deo team with the Jesuit Rangers making up the Blue Alliance up against Iterative Intentions and Hebron Robotics. It's going to be a tight match for the day. Coram Deo and Jesuit are ranked 2nd and 4th coming into the match, where Iterative Intentions is 3rd. Randomization is going to be the center part of the door. Center part of the backdrop. So if we can get those pixels dropped in the middle, that will indicate a big win.
And it is blue team that won with 17-1.
That's it. You take the win. A W is a W. And we're underway here.
Ooh, McCluskey's handing out ice cream sandwiches.
Round 14. One of those for you, Ella?
I don't know, maybe. I
Thank
can
you.
always dream, can't I?
You can.
Oh, thank you.
Dreams come true every now and then.
I know.
All right, Autonomous. A few seconds left. Big scoring on Autonomous in this one. We got 48 points for the Red Alliance.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and they dropped a pixel outside the field. That might be a penalty.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Gameplay
3,
tokens need to stay
2,
set. So we'll have to wait
1.
and see if that is assessed as a penalty for the Red Alliance.
I had no idea.
All right, here we go. We're underway. Human control. All 4 robots on the move. We got robots that are looking to score on the backdrop, again, for triple the points. So we will see if that does come into play. Also, a pixel right outside the blue zone. Be interesting to see if they try to pick that up and score it on the backdrop or just push it into the backstage area. But we do have the Blue Alliance looking to get points on the backdrop right now. Extend their lead. Right now they're looking at 47-36. Red Alliance trying to grab some pixels, and they are on the move. They're on the move. It looks like the Blue Alliance is just trying to pick them up that are close by, and they just score them. They're moving them from the backstage to the backdrop, so they're not wasting energy driving all the way across the field to go grab more pixels, as they can just go for low-hanging fruit, as they say, and just grab pixels that are close and keep them on that backdrop. That is a pretty good strategy. Once they are free of those pixels, though, then they're going to have to go ahead and start collecting more. 57 to 45 in favor of the blue, now 60 to 45 in favor of blue. So that strategy is paying off. Red Alliance, however, bringing some more pixels to their backdrop. Our live scoring is going backwards now. Blue dropped from 60 to 53, making the score very tight, coming into the final 30 seconds. All right, here we go. We are in end game on this round. We got Blue Alliance doing a pull-up double time. Both robots hanging. One Red Alliance robot hanging, and the other one, I'm assuming, parked for points. Wow, that's going to be tight. We do have the Red Alliance already at 103, Yellow or Blue Alliance at 93, Red 103. Very likely could see that score creep into the hundreds if they have not counted their pull-ups at this point. So keep a close eye on this. This could be our first triple of the afternoon. I think we had one, maybe two of those in the morning. Meanwhile, qualification round number 15 over on field number 1. We've got Callisburg Robocats back in action with the Shadowbots. 1st and 5th ranked for the afternoon session, up against Braswell Engineering and Flower Mound Firewall of the Red Alliance. Callisburg, the number 1 ranked team in the league, in addition to being number 1 for the day or the afternoon session. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. We got a final for round 14. As we clear those pixels.
It is a win for red with 106 to 93.
Wow, very, very tight. That driver-controlled section was a big difference. Red Alliance was able to get those points where blue only got 8. Red scored 33. Fantastic effort on both sides there, as the 93 would win most of the matches this afternoon, just not this one.
It happens, you know?
It does, you know, and it's only going to get tighter as the weeks move on. During the holiday break, I know a lot of these young engineers are going to be working on their robots, so when they come back from the break, they're going to see some vast improvements for meet number 3. So for round 14, we've got Hitter of Intentions and Hebron up against Coram Deo and Jesuit Rangers. Jesuit Rangers and Coram Deo making up the Blue Alliance. Oh, actually, we're at round 15, pardon me. Braswell Engineering and Firewall of Flower Mound Red. Shadow Cats, Callisburg Robocats of the Blue. We've got 1, 2, 3, I think 4 custom elements out there, or team props, custom team props, so I would anticipate a high scoring autonomous here. All right. We're getting the thumbs up from all the teams, making sure they're ready to roll. And it appears everybody's ready. Here we go. Randomization comes out on the right-hand side, so our refs will move those custom elements, those props to the right-hand side, or right-hand spike marks.
Why
And
is it called a spike mark, do you know?
That's what you use in theater. So this is all based off theater. So we got center stage, backstage, backdrop. Spike mark is where you would stand for.
A spike mark tells you where to stand.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
those for like marching band and stuff.
Yep.
Same thing.
Yeah.
A theatrical concept for the game this year. Okay, we got 1, 2 robots on the move during autonomous. I think we can get some scores for blue. They appear to be parked. This is not reflected on the live scoring yet. There it is. All right, Red Alliance appears to have
Drivers, pick up
an
your
advantage
controllers.
going into driver control by
3,
20 points.
2,
All right, yeah,
Let's
let's
see what
what
happens. This is incredible here. This is, and there we go, bang. Blue Alliance quickly picking up that spike mark
Absolutely.
pixel and dropping it quickly on the backdrop for those.
Yeah, you gotta love their
quick
robot
points.
design. It has like
That's a very fast robot, that Callisburg bot.
incredibly bad. Not incredibly bad. Sorry about that. Incredibly fast.
Now, one thing too, you don't see a lot of robots going for the piles of white pixels out there, but Callisburg is. So maybe they're onto something there, grabbing those white pixels to score. So I don't have to worry about competing with their partner to go get them all from the human player on the opposite corner. It's actually a pretty good strategy. Stay on your side of the field and just go, go, go without worry of hopefully as many encounters with
Yeah, but the
other
hard part about
robots in
that
the way.
is it's hard to stay on your side of the field since it's kind of crisscross.
Yep, and you can see the
Crisscross applesauce.
Blue Alliance partner banging into that backdrop. You got to be real careful. You bang into that, you might knock your pixels off. So that's a bit of a trick. Callisburg very gently approaching with some healthy nudging of the board, but not banging into it too badly. Red Alliance still holding a lead, 29-11. The Blue Alliance trying to pick those pixels up off the ground that are in the backstage and replace them to the back drop. Again, the back drop, you get above those horizontal white marks, you can score bonus points. So there is going to be an effort to make sure that those teams get those mosaics built up above those white lines for bonus points. It's getting a lot tighter, 33-20. We are in the final 20 seconds. Let's see if we get any drones being fired here and teams getting their drones scored by hanging.
Sorry, not to interrupt,
Oh.
but we did just get an announcement from one of the concession people. We do need all the teams to start cleaning up their workstations as it is starting to close off for this competition. So clean up your table and the floor.
If you have finished your competition for the day, please be mindful that we need your help keeping it clean. Please clean up your pit area. We do have some trash cans around the facility so you can dispose of your refuse. That's going to be a tight fought finish, 49-46 before end game scores I think are in there and any corrections. So one penalty could be the difference in this match.
Absolutely.
Round 15, 46-49 in favor of the blue. Let's see what happens. It's going to be tight. For round 16, over on the other field to your right, it's the Marcus Detectives and Infinitech up against the Jesuit Rangers and Hebron Robotics. The Detectives holding 6th place for the day of the afternoon session up against Jesuits, 4th and 7th.
Pizza for $5.
All right, we are selling pizza at concessions for $5.
5-minute cutoff.
And there's a 5-minute cutoff, so if you're wanting any food, make sure to go and get some now. Or in like a minute or two. Just try not to wait too long.
Yep, we'll be closing up concessions as you guys are cleaning up your pit, so grab that Snicker bar, grab that slice or entire pizza for the road. 5-minute cutoff.
Final.
And we got a final for qualification round number 15.
Let's see what happened. All right, blue wins. They score of 49-46.
That's
Incredibly
incredible.
Close.
Wow.
Good job, RoboCats. Worked really hard on their robots.
Callisburg and the Shadowbots holding
yes,
on.
Shadowbots.
Holding on. Once again, as you clean up your pit area, please do get all your garbage into the trash cans as we get out. All right, just a few rounds left, folks. Please watch these last few rounds as we wrap up match league meet number 2 for the X-League. All right, let's see what the Detectives have in order for qualification round 16. See if they can keep it together. I know they had to take their arm off at one point. I don't know if it's back on.
A couple more. 16 and 19.
Keep in mind, you guys want to subscribe to Roboplex competitions, if not just to share with your family, but also to take a look at some of those high-performing robots so that you can see if there's some things you can glean to make your robot better for meet number 3 on January 6th. All right, we're randomizing.
All right, we have the right spike for the white pixel. So make sure for the players to look out for that. I know that one's actually pretty hard to see because a Husky cam can only see so far.
All right, well, let's see. We've got the detectives on the move and one Red Alliance team on the move, and they missed the spike mark drop with the purple. They're not going to get the bonus points for that. Looks like they're going to try to get one on the wall, though. See if they get it in the right position. Or maybe just scored. And I don't know if you get to score if you have your arm hanging over the parking spot or if your wheels have to be touching the mark, but it looks like they're in. So Red
Drivers,
Alliance might
pick
get
up your
those
controllers.
5 points.
3,
Definitely
2,
gonna be an interesting
1.
match.
Not a lot of scoring to autonomous, so we'll see if the Blue Alliance can make up the difference here and get things
Yeah.
moving. The detectives.
Seems that detectives have their arm back on, which is really impressive.
All right, well, their alliance partners got a double pixel drop opportunity here. See if they can quickly get back into the lead here. And looks like they try to drop them both on the backdrop. The detectives, however, looks like they've dropped a couple into the backstage. Oh, no! They just racked their arm again as they went through the stage door and knocked their arm off again. So,
Let's just see what happens, you know.
well, now they're going to have to turn it into a push bot and drag that arm again and, see what we got going on. That's frustrating for that team. And but that's how you're going to learn. You knock your arm off, you're probably only going to do it once.
Yeah.
Or in some cases twice. But, they're making the most of it, and they're pushing pixels to score. Now their drivers just got to be aware that they are having a hard time getting back through that stage door, and that arm is dragging further and further behind.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be tricky for them to kind of navigate with that thing
I feel
hanging.
like they should make a term for that. Maybe like
And
walking
they do
the
have
dog.
their hook, so they can definitely still go try to hang. Oh, they won't be able to hang because their arm is going to be dragging on the ground. So they're not going to be able to do that. Unless they can somehow pick that up with their hook. Whoa,
Oh,
there's
wow.
a drone. There's a drone that went really far. Watch out.
Wow.
Watch out.
It's a little too good of a launcher.
Yeah, that's right. So the Blue Alliance is able to park a couple bots for bonus points. The Red Alliance trying to get one robot hanging, and they do. I think that's going to be too much for the Blue Alliance to recover from, although that red robot is it was pressuring that yellow crossbar. I was worried that they were going to somehow
They couldn't break
lose
it
that.
like the other team.
They're trying. Wow.
But you can see
Detectives just...
qualification for the next round is pretty interesting. See, anytime that there's a center, like anytime that there's been a center spike mark, it always seems that they get into the triple digits, I've noticed.
Oh, okay,
So who
well,
knows? Maybe it'll be like the new superstition this
that's it.
competition.
Well, we've got Low Voltage and Husky Robotics on the Red Alliance up against Syntech and Coram Deo, so of the Blue Alliance. Syntech and Coram Deo in the top 10 for the afternoon, and Coram Deo is number 4 for the league at this point. So
Nice.
that could be a high-powering Blue Alliance, and Low Voltage and Husky Robotics, both strong contenders, just outside the top 10 for the day. So let's see what we've got. And we got a final for qualification round 16. And as expected, the Red Alliance did hold on to win that one. Final score of 53-22. They did get that end game pull-up to really kind of seal that victory for them. That does drop our home squad detectives to 8th for the afternoon and 20th for the league. But, I think they're going to learn a lot from that as they broke their arm off twice. So I think there'll be a lot of lessons learned in getting
Oh,
underneath that
absolutely.
truss. All right, here we go. We're underway. Both Blue Alliance robots on the move during autonomous. We've got. What's that? Second to last. Both of them put the purple on the right spike mark. Both of them had custom team props, so you're going to see a big score for the Blue Alliance here. That could be a very tough road for the Red Alliance to come back from. But we got Anthony out there dancing, so let's just see how that works out.
Drivers,
Holiday
pick up your
spirit full
controllers.
effect here for
3,
Anthony,
2,
the ladies' man of that
1.
team. He's the ladies' man because it's all girls and him.
I love that.
All right, Red Alliance moving some pixels around, trying to get some points on the board, catch up to that autonomous score that the Blue Alliance put together. Blue Alliance also grabbing the low-hanging fruit pixels and putting them on the backdrop instead of in the backstage, elevating their score. I assume that if you have a 1-point score in the backstage, you lose that point if you pick that pixel up and put it on the backdrop. So it's a 2-point difference. We got a jam up at the stage door. Red Alliance v. Red Alliance doesn't feel they can kind of get through there. One Blue Alliance team trying to get through. There we go. Oh, Red Alliance lost a drone. That's going to hurt their chances of a comeback unless they have a way to pick that drone back up and reload it. That might be a trick to a team to figure out, how to pick up their drone and reload.
Well, the issue is that'd be a lot of work for something that probably isn't really that worth it.
Yeah.
Because it would take a lot of time, take a lot of effort. It's just not that worth it. It'd really be worth it if you found out a way to keep it more secure.
Oh, and the Blue Alliance has dropped the drone too. So now it's even Stevens as far as drones go.
You have a lot of phrases that you know.
All right, here we go. We're moving along. Red Alliance putting some more into the backstage area. All right, we got a happy drone doing some spins out there. All right, we are in the end game. Looks like both Blue Alliance teams are trying to get into position to get their robots into hanging position. Red Alliance looking to get one robot parked and maybe one in position to launch a drone. You got a few seconds left, but I don't think they're going to get through the stage door to do it. All right, Blue Alliance had a pretty commanding lead. I don't think the Red Alliance did enough to the end to catch up, but great effort on all parts. And again, meet number 2. We got a whole other meet and regionals to go through before we move on. But 57-9 preliminary scoring is probably going to be similar to that at the end. And for our last match of the day, we've got Iterative Intentions and the Jesuit Rangers up against Sacred Heart Cyber Tigers and Flower Mound Firewall.
It'll surely be very interesting.
Iterative Intentions, strong robot, number 2 for the day, number 2 in the league. Callisburg's probably not going to relinquish their spot, as I believe they've won out. So best Iterative can do is maintain position.
Coaches, listen up. This is very important. Your buttons, you need to collect those and you need to hold those for the rest of the season. If you let your kids take them, you won't have them.
There's a lot of faith in those kids from Coach McCluskey, I tell you. All right, we got a final for qualification round 17.
Seems that blue team won. The score of 67-9. It's pretty interesting.
That did move up our
Moved up the
Coram Deo to
RoboCats.
number 2 for the moment. But I think you're going to find that Iterative Intentions here is going to want to hold on to that position for number 2. So we'll see how they do.
Oh yeah, they're gonna fight for it. They're a really competitive team.
We got left side spike mark. Both Blue Alliance teams on the move. One Red Alliance team on the move for autonomous. Let's see if they get the purple scored. And if they can go get the yellow scored on the backdrop, that's another big bonus. So let's see here. Purple missed on the spike mark for one team, and they're looks like they're just parking. I don't think they're going to try to score that. And the Aid of Intention bot just appears to possibly drop there. So the Red Alliance actually has the advantage, 25
Drivers,
to 5,
pick up your
going
controllers.
into driver control.
3,
So,
2, 1.
Aid of Intention's number 2 spot is definitely on the line here. So let's see how they and their alliance partner do for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance on the move, trying to score some pixels quickly, although it appears they got one push bot partner and one trying to maybe carry the heavyweight.
Yeah, the big thing, again, is really just the driving.
Yeah.
Because even if you had the best gripper in the world, if you don't have a good drive, then it's
Exactly.
really hard to do anything.
Whoa. One Red Alliance partner cannot get back through that stage door. He's going to, almost knocked himself over.
Oh,
Oh, and his drone broke loose. So that will not be a scoring opportunity for that Red Alliance partner in the end. Blue Alliance cutting in the lead. It was 25 to 5. Now it's 28 to 13. Blue Alliance scoring more during the driver control section. And one Red Alliance robot is a little too tall to get through that truss work. So we'll see what happens. Blue Alliance putting more points on the backdrop. Red Alliance also scoring with some more pixels, putting the score at 31 to 15 in favor of the Red Alliance. What are you seeing out there with the Blue Alliance, Ella? What do we see?
oh, with the Blue Alliance, you see quite a bit going on. You have one trying to score right now, using its conveyor belt. You can see the other one trying to simultaneously do the same thing. It's quite interesting to watch.
We got just a few seconds to go to endgame. We know the Red Alliance has one drone out of commission, so we'll see what the Blue Alliance can do here as far as getting some extra points locked out. 2 drones fly. I know one went too far. The other one might be in that last scoring range. I can't quite tell. If they're
Yeah, I
touching the
can't either.
line, that would probably score. So we'll see if that does any help for the Blue Alliance. And one Blue Alliance robot hanging. Let's see if number 2 can get in there and hang. That puts Blue Alliance at 37 to 36 at this point. I don't know if they got that last one off the ground. I'll see what the referees have to say. It's going to be close. 44 to 37 in favor of the Red Alliance pending
wow.
finals. Oh, now they've
It's 77 to
77 to
44.
44. Blue Alliance really put the hammer down at the very end to score.
Wow.
And that drone may have been another 10-pointer.
It's wild.
That's why you're never out of it here, folks, as long as you got your drone in place and you can do a pull-up. Once again, I want to thank our First Tech Challenge sponsor, Center Stage sponsor, RTX, and Qualcomm for their support of the season, and all of our sponsors here of the RoboPlex. We appreciate it. All you teams, as you're cleaning up your pits, please make sure that you take advantage of our trash cans, get rid of your trash. Give your coaches your driver, human player, and coach buttons, gunner buttons, so that you've got them for the next meet. We do not have spares for you, so keep track of those.
And have a good day.
Drive safe. Have a happy holiday. Thank you
Yeah.
for bringing your holiday spirit here to the RoboPlex.
Get some
Before the
servos
winter.
for Christmas. and
Servos
stuff
for
like that.
Christmas. I had a lot of
Actually put
wishes
that on
for
my Christmas
PCs
list.
and metal robot parts I heard out there. Somebody said they're going to get their robot to, dangle some mistletoe, So we'll see how that all that pans out for those holiday wishes.
Yeah. We'll see you next time.
I'm hopeful that Santa brings a lot of gracious professionalism to everybody and goodwill to men and women, and a final score for our final match we're looking
All right,
for
let's
here.
see who
But we got a
wins.
conference going on here. We've got a definite powwow over in that far corner, looking at a few things. So a couple penalties here could sway this final tally. So let's see how it all turns out. Alrighty, powwow complete. Final
Let's see
score is
how it
clear for us.
turns out.
All right, here it is.
All right. Blue team wins.
Blue Alliance
A score
holds
of
on.
84 to 44.
Look at that end game. Huge difference. And once again, Syntech is hosting tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2:30 at Lawler Middle School, a STEM Festival 2023. There's going to be expert panel discussions, robotics competitions, a discussion of the first robotics journey, also some top college exposure, and there'll be snacks and lunch available. All proceeds will go towards charity, so definitely go to the Syntech website, swing by, look at any Syntech team member in a black shirt, see if you can find their website. You can contact them at ftc20220522@gmail. All right, you guys need to come up with something a little easier than that. But look for Syntech Robotics, and I'm sure on their webpage or their social media, they have links to this STEM event at Lawler Middle School in Frisco, Texas, tomorrow. Thanks for coming, everybody. We appreciate you coming to the Marcus Robotics Institute, being part of the X-League, and being part of First Technology Challenge. Have a great day. Have a happy holiday.